Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart.
Night 2 here for the APAC qualifiers on the road to the Esports World Cup for PUBG. Yesterday, Jordan, of course, we played the first 6 matches and we got a pretty good idea as to where this lobby stands. It seems like we've got a solid 10 to 12 teams that are really going to be vying out for those top 4 positions. Fair to say right now, the bottom 4, certainly not the first night they would have wanted, and it needs to be a rebound kind of night. Currently, Team Flash in first, BruM in second, All Gamers in third, and TDT in fourth. Of course, we've got tonight and tomorrow night, so plenty of action still to come, but does really feel like the stage is set for these teams. They have a pretty clear idea as to where they stand in the lobby.
Yeah, it's a tenuous top 4 though, isn't it, right? Like, it's not the same as what we saw in Korea and maybe some of the other regions where 1 or potentially 2 teams kind of ran away with things and took those qualifier spots. We've got a fairly competitive lobby. Now, you said 10 or 12 teams in the run. I feel like you're, again, just being a little bit of a nicer man in your old age as a father figure in the PUBG esports scene. I would probably say it's more like 7 or 8 for me. If you're below that 39-point mark, it is starting to get into some pretty dangerous territory because, again, Sharper, let's just take them as an example. They're almost 30 points away from the top spot. I guess you can argue they're only 10 points away from top 4, which is really all that they need to be doing, and that is a fair and reasonable take. But if you fall off the pace again, and we just copy paste yesterday into tomorrow, which is, again, maybe an extrapolation of where we would be at. Now, all of a sudden, you're 20 points away from making qualification in one day. And we, again, use that number, 20 points, typically as a bit of a cutoff point to what you could typically expect or maybe hope to pull off in a single day. It would mean that you would need a big day. You'd need a 60-plus point day. You'd need your opponents to have an average day or worse. And you can't necessarily always guarantee that. So it's probably still a discussion point for a very large number of teams, but should things drop off in any significant way for any of those teams that is outside of the top 8 right now, then we're really going to start to get a little bit savage with the cutting them off discussions. And even for those teams around in 7 and 8, FW Esports, I felt like had a pretty okay day yesterday. and still are not really up there with the top of the pack. The thing is,
40 points is the
least
pass
it's
mark.
quite close.
Like 40 points, or at least figuratively, should be roughly the pass mark. And I think obviously as we progress throughout tonight, we'll have a bit of a better idea as to how many points are probably required to get top 4, because we kind of came into it maybe sort of looking at the career qualifiers as a bit of a basis, you know, around 120 for 4th. But when you're looking at the fact that now turning the attention to those in the bottom 3, they're getting farmed. So the point almost extrapolates a little bit, because you've got now teams that are very much at the bottom. Yeah, I would say even almost closer to 130. Like if you're being completely honest, just because there's so many teams. Now, naturally though, if you do have 8 to 10 teams going into day 3 that are all fighting it out, then the points are probably going to get split pretty nicely. So it's going to be really intriguing to see how it plays out. But yeah, for Zanshin, 7 points on night 1. They just couldn't get anything going. We know back in the RA qualifiers, it was a lot of center feeds. They certainly got into good positions early, played off of that. They just can't seem to get themselves into good positions. And even when they do, they're just losing fights too easily. Erohani Popeto Samurai, they've got themselves into 15th, 13 points yesterday. I think from memory, they had like one decent game. Yeah, it was match 5 where they finished 7th, got themselves 6 kills. And then even in the last game, Jordan, they were able to finish in 4th, albeit I don't think they got a lot of kills from that 4th place finish anyway. Yeah, just the one. So, you know, clearly it's like, okay, those last 2 games better for ISG if they can kind of have a really, really good night tonight. But I think we spoke about this yesterday for these teams towards the bottom. What are their capabilities of actually having a 70 to 80 point night, which at this point now almost looks required? Probably unlikely in a lobby that is as stacked as this. So if you really wanted to be harsh, you could probably cross those teams out at this point. As is the case with PUBG, always mathematically there's still a chance, but they're going to have to do something crazy. The reason why I said kind of like, you know, 10 to 12 teams roughly is I kind of go to Alter Ego, and I felt like Alter Ego were okay in parts, but certainly they're behind the 8 ball. Cerberus, you kind of have to give them respect, and I think with Cerberus it's sort of like if they can play to their best, they might actually be capable of a 60 to 70 point night tonight, and kind of do like the inverse of Gen G, who started strong then poor night. Forest Natural Gaming I'm like less convinced on, but they topped their groups in Thailand. Like they're clearly a good team. We'll see what they can do tonight. And then everyone from Sharper and above, as we kind of touched on before, I think a really good night 1, and now it's about following on into night 2, because 9 teams, Jordan, mathematically you're probably going to have 1 or 2 of those teams in the top 9 tonight have a poor night. Like it's just naturally going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't be too mad if we got to this point tomorrow and the gap between number 4 and number 5 was 2 points, and then the gap all the way maybe down to say 9 or 10 would be something in the vein of 10 points. That would actually be quite cool, I think. There would be a very large contingent of teams that are still fighting for top 4 at that stage. I don't know. I mean, Team Flash, do we expect them to kind of go back to back in terms of having 60+ point days? I don't know necessarily that they would have been my pick to be able to do that. I thought they played really well yesterday, though. So just based on the eye test, I think they were able to do it. Not necessarily just from easy games either. Like they didn't really get hard feeds. They did get some, you know, favorable enough circles, but it wasn't like you're sitting in a compound and you're winning the game and you're getting fed for 9 circles in a row. They definitely had to work for a lot of the points that they were able to get. Buram was the same. Actually, I felt like those 2 teams didn't necessarily have a huge amount of circle luck, and they still were able to make it work. So those are, for me, like the pick of the bunch from yesterday, and that's obviously reflected on the scoreboard as well. But we'll see how things change up here today. Today's a new day, and again, that's the beauty of PUBG. Every single day is a new day. Every single game is a new day. There's no follow-on necessarily, apart from maybe in that mental headspace, that mindset. But I dare say for most teams, they're pretty used to that. They've been around for a long time. PUBG's a tenured game now, and these teams and players have a lot of experience in qualifiers and tournaments such as this one. So let's find out how things are going to go here on day number 2. And we need to see a big start to the day for the likes of Zanshin, IPSG, Savage Men, 4 Crazy Rabbits even as well. I thought 4 Crazy Rabbits, they popped up a little bit yesterday, but I don't think that they necessarily converted on the positions that they had for themselves. They were one of those teams which I thought probably should have had a better day than what they actually did based on the positions that they were in sort of the mid-game in a lot of instances. So keep an eye on that as we go through today. And FW Esports going to be dropping here in El Pozo to start things off. They are certainly an interesting team who didn't necessarily pop off yesterday, but were in and amongst it.
I'm curious as well, like we kind of talk about the teams that, you know, have kind of like a little bit of a chance, you know, they need a big night, but you also brought up the fact that going into tomorrow, what if there's a ward in which, you know, it's a 2-point gap to 5th and then 10 points down to 10th or something along those lines. On the opposite side of it, will we have front runaways? Like, are we going to end tonight and, you know, a Team Flash or a Buru Ram are so far out in front that with 6 games to go, you couldn't really envision them dropping out of the top 4? I'm not so convinced. You know, obviously on night 1 alone, it's not the biggest of gaps. Like, so for Team Flash, they're right now 19 points out of the drop zone. Now that's pretty decent, and if you can double that again and you get that to sort of 38 points roughly to 5th by the end of tonight, I think you could categorically say that they're not going to probably drop out of top 4. But if it stays at around 19 and maybe even drops to something like a 10-point gap to the drop zone, then that could be really fascinating, because really what we don't usually see going into a night 3 tournament is all the core spots up for grabs. Like, it doesn't really happen that often because we've got 4 spots available. If you're in first by the end of tonight, it's really difficult to essentially have to say, well, 4 teams need to leapfrog us and we're still getting points. So it's very unlikely then that you're going to be dropped out of that top 4 unless you have an absolute donut kind of night, and that, you know, there's 4 other teams that really soak up, and they would have to soak up the majority of the points. So, you know, for Team Flash, Bureau Ramp, All Gamers, and we'll throw in TDT as well since they're in 4th in a call spot right now, you have another really good night tonight. It just sets you up so nicely going into tomorrow. So big games coming up. Night 2 is always a fun one. You know, kind of night 1, you get a really good sense of the lobby. Everyone feels each other out and sort of understands how the lobby's playing, so that takes a couple of games. Then you get some dominance towards the end of the night, which we saw that with Team Flash, 13 kill win, All Gamers a 14 kill win. And it really kind of then says, okay, these are the teams now going into night 2 that are going to look to put themselves in the best position to qualify.
You know, I kind of go in a different direction personally. It's like day 2's normally the eye of the storm kind of a day. So we just sort of reinforce some of the storylines, set them up for tomorrow. Nothing too outrageous necessarily. I like day 3 the best, obviously. I feel like that's always the big takeaway. But you can see Cerberus off to a good start here with Simon T getting up onto high ground, doing his impression of the ladder goat. At least the...
Well, I mean, you're looking at it from a broadcast perspective, and I agree with you in that. I think from a player's perspective, night 2 is the really, really important one. Like, I think if you can play your best PUBG on night 2, and it goes 2 ways, because night 1, you either had a bad night or a good night. So if you play really well on night 2, you're doubling down and you're putting yourself in the best spot to qual. And if you had a bad night 1, at least then you're rebounding. So night 2 ends up really being the one where it makes or break your campaign. Because you can have a bad night 1, but then if you have a really good night 2, you're back in it then night 3. And if you have a really good night 1, then you're really just, you know, doubling down on that. And then it's sort of like you got this extended lead and you feel comfortable going into a night 3, which is usually so chaotic and everyone's chasing, you know, different goals. And whether it be we're a team in 5th or 6th and we really just need 4th, that's our focus. And if you're in 1st or 2nd, you're kind of out of the fray of all of that, which is really, really good. Forest Natural Gaming is definitely one I want to kind of have an eye on tonight. And they're not the only ones, of course. I think Cerberus as well, being in 11th, Sharper even in 9th, but their point total's a little bit higher. And then Alter Ego. I mean, I'm inadvertently saying the bottom 4's probably out of it. So from Alter Ego up, can they have good nights tonight and keep themselves in the convo going towards tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what Forest Natural Gaming is going to be able to do. I think also one thing that's valid to kind of think about, you know, this day 2 versus day 3 discussion is you probably do want to be putting together a lot of the points in day 1 and 2 if you can, just because the lobby does tend to start devolving a little bit on day 3 with those teams that, you know, maybe aren't part of the discussion anymore. They're like those bottom 3 teams. They're kind of going for a couple more like rambunctious sends, you know,
aggressive.
that you might not see that happen on day 1 and day 2. So they might either, you know, send it on you and kill 1 or 2 of your players early on in a game that's really important, for example, just cause, or they may end up fighting each other and, you know, giving over essentially irrelevant points that might have been open in the lobby in any other game. So yeah, there's a few things to kind of like consider there, but see how things play out over the course of today, as we're getting most of our teams now on the move in this phase 1 zone. Savage Men are the ones that have the longest to go. They're down toward Porto Paraíso right now. Zanshin and another team down in the southern side of the map that, again, have typically been somewhat late rotators. I think their drop spots in this lobby in particular haven't necessarily done them any favors. So we'll see those two teams coming in late, but pretty much everybody else seems like they're either on the move already or more or less in the zone. And just as an aside, again, keeping a little bit of an eye on the minimap here, or the map feed myself, it looks like Zanshin had a split drop, so I don't know if maybe like someone DC'd or dropped late or was like AFK, or if it's just a bug on the map, because I don't see that player moving. I think he might have DC'd and dropped right at the end of the plane path and just hasn't moved since. So Zanshin might be a trio right here, even though that's not reflected.
He's moving
just yet. Oh, he is moving. He is moving. Never mind. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on there, but hopefully they'll be able to.
I think it is definitely a case of to me. It just looks like a classic case of either some kind of issue and just getting dropped off at the end of the plane.
Yeah.
The other three are going to E-pick up, actually, speaking about Zanshin. So they're on the south side of the map. They're going to just E-pick up. And I think their best course of action here, Jordan, would be go all the way north, go to Crater Fields, get... I just call him E because I don't know what the TWOT stands for, but get E to then wrap really hard up north and then meet you at Crater Fields. It's the safest way to kind of then get back, converge as 4. So I'll be curious to see if they do that. If they end up just trying to drop center here as a 3-man, E picking up with the zone already pretty filled up towards this phase 1 circle, they're just going to die, and then E's just completely by himself. He is moving and he is on the road. He's also blue, but it is phase 1. You can tank the phase 1 blue for quite a long time. I mean, even into phase 2, sometimes we have some games, depending on the circle, where teams don't even enter the zone until after phase 3, and they're just in the blue that long, so you can survive it. My concern will be for him, though, 1, does he have a vehicle? And then 2, how many meds does he really have, and how long has he been looting? So that's going to be kind of curious.
We'll catch back up with him at some point. For now, largely irrelevant. TDT making their way in. E-Arena, again, as well, a team that I think we need to be keeping a bit of an eye on today. They had a really, really bad start yesterday, but they came good in the end. They had a couple of good final, well, I would say like the final 3 games were much more favorable for them than the opening 3. So as they started to find their feet a little bit yesterday, they were able to jump back up into a pretty reasonable position on the standings. And it looks like they don't have a bad setup to start things off here today either. You've just got Lyrics here kind of playing the anchor position at the back of the troops, doing a bit of scouting, playing that high ground, keeping an eye on things, while the other 3 are a little bit more further forward inside of that zone. Look, probably they're not going to cop a super hard feed, although with zones like this, you do every now and then kind of see it pull out toward that west, that sort of western highway, and there is a possibility that that will happen again. I'd say the largest congregation of teams is more towards the southwest of the current zone, so see if they're going to get lucky. You can see that now on your feed on the split screen, the mini-map here. Obviously pretty busy. And there's that one Zanshin member that we've been talking about. E out in the blue. Still hasn't really moved, but you'd want to be getting a bit of a wriggle on now. Where's the rest of Zanshin? They're actually kind of out of... It looks like they're out of their E pickup and they've landed somewhere not super central, but we'll see what happens with this zone shift. Hey, that's pretty good for Zanshin.
Yeah, I mean, they should probably go El Pozo, if I'm getting honest. Like, you're a 3-man. At this point, you play as a 3-man. If he catches back up and you can somehow get to 4, that's great. But you just play this out as a 3-man now. And honestly, that's a dead center El Pozo for phase 2. It wouldn't be that horrible to kind of just send it in there. If you kind of stay out in the open where they're at, just near Crater, there's a lot of teams that could be rotating around them, and then suddenly you're at threat of having to fight early and fight early as a 3-man. I thought they were going to go Crater Fields, and they were pretty close to doing that. So it seems like they had a pretty similar idea. And E is now in a vehicle on the move, and a lot of teams certainly are towards Monte Nuevo as TDT. The old Daredevils watching as All Gamers and Alter Ego going for a scrap rather early on. Wasn't expecting this. Not exactly a prio area. I mean, it's a very open compound, and it's not even really that remotely centered to zone. And you got the cliffs that are watching over it. I certainly wouldn't call this a prio, as Destroy is going to surely get this kill. Well, he made a meal of it, but in the end, man does go down, and they get the final kill as well onto Trick. And Alter Ego will go out in last place, 4 kills for all gamers, and that's what I'm talking about, Jordan. That's the soak, right? Like, that's an Alter Ego team, low on points, low down the leaderboard. You're giving 4 points over to a team in the top 4. It makes it so much more difficult now to kind of catch up, and they're running out of games now. They really are running out of games.
Yeah, that's an awkward one for Alter Ego. They were probably one of those teams that couldn't really afford a bad start to today. They were fairly far down those standings, but it's going to have to make do with it. It's a bit of a sunk cost fallacy in that instance, isn't it? They had a little bit of a stoush over this compound, and then inevitably everyone's all over there, and I think you probably could have gotten away with maybe 2 players alive without fully committing to that fight. But they did commit to that fight, and now they have 0 players alive, and they've got 0 points out of this game as well. They haven't even taken out one of the All Gamers players, who are under a little bit of pressure there from TDT, but we'll be okay. Blue Zone Nade wreaking a bit of havoc on Buriram here, as Edie will be finished off. Then Dynasty is knocked. So Cerberus doing a bit of a number onto their old counterparts. Remember, it used to be Cerberus and Buriram. It used to be the 2 big name teams back in the PCS era that often were jostling for top spots. And once
Divine,
again, we can see them jostling for positioning.
It was like Cerberus, Buriram, Divine, and I guess
Fury.
the old Incognito / Fury roster, yeah. But yeah, that's the opposite of it, right? So Alter Ego lose out to all gamers, but if you're a Cerberus and you can take out a Buriram, that's just so helpful for you in your quest to catch up to the top 4. Parachute down, successful, top of the hotel. And that's pretty decent for Savage Man Esports, who really just at never any point last night did we ever kind of look at them and think they're having, you know, a really good game, Jordan. They only made top 8 once, and it was the 7th with 0 kills. Their best game was the last game with 7 kills. They fought it out early, but then went out in 10th. So they have 1 placement point, which, like, you just can't really allow that to be a trend that continues. You've got to now start to switch your mindset a little bit. Can we survive? Can we play a late game? I think X-Men are a team that have got some good fraggers on that roster, and it's surprising to see them so low on the leaderboard. But if you're not surviving, you're not winning. And as Earth is struggling to land onto the ground, he does do so eventually. He makes his way into the building, and he's very fortunate to still be alive.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to inform the rotate for Sharper, because he is the forward scout. This grenade looks like it's going to hit. Oh, it hasn't quite gotten in the window. But you can see actually here, Sharper are on their way in. Are they going to be keen to join him in that position, knowing that it is pretty dangerous in that area at the moment with Forest Natural Gaming kind of hanging around? Or are they just going to start to move their way toward El Pozo? It was a good call from you, Xenox.
Well, I mean, and Zenshin didn't listen. Like, they've just stuck themselves outside. They're not an outside team. If they can, like, I know they're waiting for E, which I understand that, but they could have been dead center El Pozo, and I think it's a lot easier for one person to just kind of just send it into the city. Yeah, it's not going to be, you know, ideal, but neither was him being stuck on the plane at the very start of the game and kind of having an AFK session. So now they're going to have to crash into El Pozo's 4-man late. All the main buildings have been taken when they could have been one of the first teams to rotate in.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. But that is the nature of the beast here for Zanshin. They're going to have to try and figure it out. Cerberus having some aim practice as Team Flash go past in the field.
One caveat being, though, to I guess give them a reprieve and probably check myself a little bit, because they did pick up Jordan. They didn't probably have vehicles, maybe one at best if there was one on the road close by, which there really should have been, but he's kind of just picked up a couple. So Van goes down to Earth Sapol. FW with 1 kill so far, courtesy of Canaxi, and it's going to be an all Pozo finish, which means it's going to be an all scrap. And these are the kind of games, if you're low on the leaderboard, these are the games you want, because a lot of the PUBG fundamentals aren't necessarily as applicable to these kind of city finishes. It becomes TDM.
Well, it's about to be for Banana 1. Seems like Team Flash are pretty aware that he's around here somewhere, and he wants to get out of dodge as quickly as possible, not just because it will try to keep him alive, but also to try to get the res. Canaxi gets the knock onto Long X, and Binek was knocked by a Buriram player as well. So for FW Esports, that'll be a nice helping hand, and indeed, Zanshin, they just get their squad together, all 4 boys in the car, off for a nice little drive. And they've driven off a cliff into a lake, and unfortunately they will not be taking any more part in
Well, they've had the other They've had the other rest of APAC team, though, in Roy, which is good, who were pretty decent yesterday. I know we were kind of closing up shop yesterday, and we looked at the leaderboard, and 3 out of the 4 ROA teams were occupying the bottom 3, but then there was Roy Esports. So, yeah, nice handy 4 kills for them. Zanshin, they're done. They're just not playing good enough PUBG in this lobby. It's unfortunate because I thought they were really, really solid. They had good fundamentals in the rest of APAC qualifiers. I don't know where it's all gone. They're not playing to their strengths. They're playing a lot more to their weaknesses. They look a little bit more scared. Yeah, it's really disappointing.
Yeah, I remember you telling me, like, these guys are going to be decent, you know? And I was like, all right, well, cool, you know? But unfortunately, that just hasn't translated from the qualifier lobby into this lobby. And yeah, that sometimes happens, I suppose. El Pozo going to get the feed again, so it seems like we're going to have a fairly city-centric finish. These tend to be pretty chaotic. Haisaki just on the outskirts here for all gamers, going to be wondering where they can possibly end up pulling up, because it is really getting busy inside of that zone. Himas here as well. This is going to be a tough finish for all gamers, but the good news is that they've already got themselves a bunch of points out of this game. So even if things go a little bit haywire on their entry into El Pozo, which, look, let's be real, it probably will, they've at least got themselves the 7 points that's going to keep them ticking along in that top 8 at the moment, which is enough considering their circumstances coming into the day. And, well, it has already started, unfortunately, for all gamers, losing players here and there. Cerberus going to get eliminated by Tede. Again, Roy in the kill feed, so it must be a pretty big game being put together here by Roy. If you've taken out most of Zanshin, now you've taken out most of Cerberus. There's probably 6 or 7 kills on the board at the moment. Good start.
Yeah, great start. What can Irohani, Pepito, Samurai do here? They got 4 players up, decent position, and a knock onto Hang. You can't really push that, though. You kind of just have to take the knock, and you know he's probably going to end up getting revived. Gives you good intel on the neighbors that are close by. And without Van Nye, TDT, yeah, they're very susceptible here. Hoang will get revived. That's fine. They'll go back to 3, but that's already 1 knock that has been established. This is going to be a long game, and Sharper, that is a ballsy move on the E pickup, drop down. To be fair, though, you might only lose the 1 player because there's a lot of people, yes, but they're not all necessarily looking up at the sky. They're all kind of in their buildings, and while they only lost Thunders, could have been a hell of a lot worse. I think the E-pickups like that into a POI like El Pozo's not as dangerous as like an open field area where you're more prone to seeing players have open positions and be able to kind of look up and, you know, get those kills. And they've all just kind of landed on separate hotel buildings, which is quite hilarious.
Exquisite just trying to try and keep his head down for the moment. Long game still yet to be played. Don't really want to be losing too many players here in these kind of city finishes, because things can go wrong in the blink of an eye, and you do need to have those numbers capable for the res situations, especially later on in the game when it really starts to contract.
So this is going to go
too.
This is going to be the kind of game, phase 9, right down to the final second.
Yes.
And if there wasn't a time loon in PUBG, we could be here for about an hour, but fortunately it is going to end. And the real interesting thing will be, of course, where does phase 5 and 6 shift? Because right now it's been just center, 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 but do we get one last kind of little shift? Does it go north? Does it go out towards the west? Does it kind of really change the game for certain teams, both good and bad? Or if it keeps centering up, really just going to benefit these teams towards the real center, and it is going to go slightly to the north. And I love that shift, Jordan, because if you actually look at it now, and beautifully timed bringing it up, 50% of their zone right now, no one's really occupying.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to get wild. I mean, all gamers may be able to sort of wrap around this eastern side and play up on the north. I don't know what the likelihood of them finding...
I don't think you would want to, though. Like, it's just out in the open, roads, unless there's... I think there's a decent cliff that you could play behind.
No, there's no way. Look at that. You can just see from Lambau's position.
Yeah.
He just had a quick look at it, and it doesn't look too suitable.
No. No, you definitely want to just be staying... You just want to be staying in El Pozo. That's not playable. Unless you can find a ditch, like if you can get there and there's a certain
there might be a
ditch, or a big couple of rocks or something, and that's maybe what Flash might be thinking here. We've got vehicles, we can rotate, and with those vehicles, if you can find a decent bowl or dip, you can make a car fort. Teams are going to be fighting each other in the city. You'll miss out on kill points, but you might get good placement points.
Yeah, it's really going to be a last effort, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to go there unless you don't have another option, and for Team Flash, they don't really have another option. FCR are thinking about making that rotate as well. You can see just out in front of Long X here, ePod is up on that high ground already, starting to try to figure out if it's going to be playable, where they could play. But he'll be getting comms from his team that there is another team headed in his direction, and I don't know if they're going to try and contest it. I don't think FCR want to fight this. They're going to be way too late. They are on the move, though. ePod's already out of there, and now the rest of FCR are making their way up. Team Flash have lost one in transition. There is a little bit of a ball to play with. Are they actually going to fight that? Are they going to fight this? Surely they're not going to fight this. Oh. They were in. FCR were in. They could have just played from the western side of the zone, and now they're going up all the way to the north. Team Flash are losing members. FCR seem to have made the right-ish call, as they've got there without too much of a loss, but they're sitting behind some smokes now as well. This is, I don't know, I mean...
It's cooked.
I'm not sure. I'm not too sure about this one.
Well, that spot as well, by the way, is very much on this northern edge of the circle. So you would imagine as this zone continues to center up, you're not going to be able to stay there forever. And honestly, being in this position does not give you any chance of winning this game. Like, you can't win the game now if you flash. And if you do, then all power to you for somehow pulling off a miraculous win. But I just don't think you can win from that spot. What you can do is still probably get a top 8 placement. You're going to be definitely needing a phase 6 circle shift to maintain a northern direction so that you can stay in longer. But you're just so prone. Like two players immediately gone. Yeah, it's so out in the open, even with the smokes, even with a couple of vehicles. I'm surprised 4 Crazy Rabbits aren't getting as peppered, but I mean, I guess they've got this tiny little ridge that's certainly helping them out. But you can see as soon as you peek over it, you're just getting shot.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of agency from this
and
position.
it's
now
no longer
both have to move. And where do they go now?
You know, what's funny about that as well is Roy had themselves a 2-2 split in this vicinity. They went for the group up and then lost a couple of players because of it, because they moved early. And all gamers, though, now you do have to group up here. You can't maintain a 2-1-1 split. As much as you want to control so much of the area, you're now prone to the sends and people just rushing into buildings and trying to take space on that eastern side. Yeah, this is going to get really crazy, though, for those teams that were more huddled around the center of Alpozo. Look at that minimap, Jordan. Look at towards the southwest of it. Look at all those colors. Like, how are you feasibly going to fit all these players into the next circle? You just can't. So now it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath. And whoever can come out on top will come out with a lot of kills.
Going to have to be fighting your way into some buildings. Probably you're going to have teams sharing buildings. Someone on the top floor or on the roof and another team on the bottom floor playing the ground. Those types of situations, but it's going to be getting across the roads initially that's going to be the problem. I was going to say, I want to see how Team Flash and FCR negotiate this one, trying to come down from the north. Well, it looks like it hasn't gone well for either of them. Team Flash have been eliminated, and FCR have lost a couple of players down to just ePod now, who was the one player that sat back and anchored and did not move. The position that they were trying to take is very easily cleaned up, and there goes FCR as well. So we were pretty on the money with that call, that was not going to be a long-term position. Maybe it was going to be playable to sort of, take a placement point type mentality should the zone come north, but it didn't go north, or it didn't go hard enough north, that once they had to move, they were just done. So rough one for both FCR and Team Flash, but
well, it's patient
lobby
thinking.
will be happy to see Team Flash out.
It's patient thinking. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday in comparison to like the Korean region, where they would have been far more disciplined. You got vehicles here on the south side, everyone's more centered. It's like you can kind of just wait to see, creep up, get in, see what the next zone pop does. But instead, both teams just kind of sent it, and they sent it into an area that was just clearly never going to work. And by the way, Roy got the double res. They got 2 knocked when they went to group up as 4, but I guess they got both revives, which is really good to see. So they got 4 up, 7 kills. Good spot in this zone. This could be a really, really big game for the RA team. As Scappy going to be knocked down by Reyes. And this is where it's going to get incredibly congested now. Everyone's rushing into buildings. They don't know, is it safe? You don't have the time to scout really anymore. As I said before, it's literally just team deathmatch at this point.
Good bit of practice to start the day. Get yourself warmed up. E-Arena getting the finishing blow there onto Exquisite, so keeping themselves in the kill feed for the right reasons at the moment, though Nurans will need a bit of a pickup, and that doesn't look like it's going to be forthcoming. As he's sitting inside of that smoke, bleeding out. Lyrics is going to eat a grenade as well. Jacob 1-2. So just as they start to come into focus here on the broadcast, it seems this might be a little doomed for E-Arena. Zizzy may be able to struggle through a couple of revives and keep E-Arena in the discussion for a moment longer, but Zone Shift has gone away from them again. Earth from Sharper taken out by ISG, who are putting in a decent name for themselves here. And again, that kill feed lights up. This time it's FW Esports who are on the receiving end of the majority of that fire. But they are giving some back into Forest Naturals direction. FW out in 9th into the top 8. Placement points on offer. And that big talking point that I want to get into actually is ISG. They were better yesterday at the back end. The last couple of games of the night, I thought ISG actually started to look like they were coming into the conversation. And again, to start off today, 3 points off of the kills into the placements. That'll be another one onto John, as that's going to be finished off by Runax. And so all of a sudden, ISG are slowly but surely beginning their climb. They've got a long way to go, but given this is only day 2, game 1, they have got the time to get themselves back into a position to at least push for a top 4.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from the good teams here that are doing well and got themselves into good positions, but they've benefited from the zone. I mean, if you're in an El Pozo city finish and you don't have to move and you can stay in your buildings, you're naturally just going to have a good game. It's just you running out in the open, on the road, in the smokes, getting bombarded with nades, trying to hide behind, pieces of cover. Like E-Arena have got 3 players back up. Like, they're doing as best as they possibly can, but they're up the creek without a paddle. What more can you really expect from them? And in the end, once they have to push out into the open, dead immediately, and that's no fault of their own. And these are the kind of games I wouldn't really look at too much if I was playing in this kind of match. You scrap and you fight and you try and have a good game as best as you can, but that circle keeps moving away from you. You have to go out on the road. There's only so much even the best players can do and the best teams can do. Look at All Gamers, Roy, and ISG. They've not had to move at all. No moving. I mean, All Gamers are still holding basically a 4-man split where they're all just split out, controlling the eastern part of this zone. They got 10 kills. They haven't had to move. They've had no pressure behind them, north or south. They've just been able to look inward into El Pozo. Now, you can give them, of course, the absolute plaudits for putting themselves in this position, playing aggressive, looking for kills and spreading out, and all of those things are never taken away. But they've also benefited, certainly by the way that this zone has planned out, but they've maximized the benefit, and that's what you need to do in PUBG. There's 18 games. Likelihood is 2 or 3 games you're going to get lucky. Maximize that luck.
Yep. Got to take it as it comes. And All Gamers, I got to say, have had a pretty decent game here too. 11 points out of the kills at least, plus whatever they're going to get in terms of placements. And the way that they had to work their way into El Pozo was actually not super easy. So shout out to AG one time. They are in the running to jump back up into a top placement position. Going into the final game of last night, they were in first. Did sort of get pipped to the post a little bit by Team Flash with a good finish, but once again, some of that good consistency coming through from this lineup. The core of, again, Hisaki, Himas, and Tycon, we would know was the former Cerberus lineup that had done so well for so long. Not just domestically, but even internationally. They were one of those first teams out of Asia Pacific that really started to show the ability to actually contest on an international stage. Dimasti going to be taken down by Escaluzia. There's one more player here. He wasn't prepared for. Can and Buriram get themselves another kill point, though. At the cost of one of their 3 important players that were still left alive, I'm not sure that it would necessarily be worth it. Ruiz is hunting. He's got the shotgun in hand, so looking for some one taps. Not going to quite get the opportunity just yet. Can's on the floor. Oh, and there we go. It wasn't quite a one tap, but keeps his teammate alive for now. Nade's coming in, not causing too much of an issue. Mortars now as well.
Oh no.
Zone grenade too. Oh, this is just a mess, but it looks like he might just be able to survive. I'm not sure I can say the same for Can, but he is crawling to safety, and they're okay for the moment. They've got that little pocket of safety.
So down to 5 now, and I'm looking at the overall leaderboard. This is big for X-Men, obviously, being one of the bottom 3 teams to get 6 kills into a top 5, and I think they're more likely now to even get top 4. Buriram certainly not in a good-looking position. I think just down to the one player, ISG, they needed this as well. So 14th and 15th on the overall leaderboard find themselves deep into the end game of the opening match tonight. And then on the flip side, at the top end, clearly massive game for All Gamers and for Roy. We'll see both of them occupying top 4 positions by the end of it. Feven can't get out of the building alive, just ends up jumping out. 2 left though in Muck and Goni. And another kill goes the way of Upgen and X-Men. They played the roofs beautifully here in El Pozo. 2 minutes left in this one. And it's still anyone's game to be capable of winning. Even the duo of ISG, if you've got smokes, you allow the blue to really envelop the entire city and go right down to the end. Obviously, you'd bank in the team with 4 players up, of which there's only the 1 right now, but Setsuna is getting revived, so Roy Esports will go to 4 themselves. It's not a foregone conclusion here. Jaxi with the Panzerfaust, though, into the face of Muck, and he takes him down immediately, so only 1 standing for ISG. These kills will be very handy for Roy. They go to double-digit kills, and they'll make it a 4v4 straight-line finish against All Gamers, and this is a huge opening match tonight, Jordan, for both of these 2 teams. Roy were in 6th, 41 points. They were only 4 points behind top 4, and with this game now minimum of 16, I think there's every chance in which they could be in 3rd by the end of this game and have a decent little buffer to those outside of the top 4. And for All Gamers, it's shaping up to now be a 1st place on the leaderboard by the end of this.
Yeah, most definitely. Roy got to be a little bit careful about how they play this one out. I was going to say they're not too sure that they're aware of Himas's position. Turns out, eventually he did give it away, but still gets himself the opening 2 knocks in this 4-on-4. Well, this looks like it's going to be just a clean sweep. Roy have just been totally eclipsed in the 4-on-4, having to push out of their building. All Gamers are very well set up for that, and that is about as easy of a finish as you're going to get in a 4-on-4. A 15-kill win to start things off for All Gamers. And you talk about Roy being able to jump their way up into maybe the top 3, top 2, somewhere like that. Well, I think that'll be enough for All Gamers to jump up into top 1 once again. And so, again, this star-studded roster is in a really strong spot going forward today.
Yeah, I think that's a really good statement to begin night 2, because yesterday in the very last game, they did have a bit of a stinker, which gave up one of their top positions. Jordan saw them kind of get overtaken a little bit, but clearly the class is there for that team, and I think that they're going to be the kind of team that's hard to push out of top 4 when it's all said and done. Like, unless something tragic happens, one of those top 4 positions should be going the way of All Gamers, but they've got to keep putting in the work, and if they do keep playing like that, it will be hard to see them missing top 4. Lots still to go, though. Only the first game of the night. Short break. When we come back, we head straight back to Miramar. All Gamers Global take the opening match tonight, Jordan, and it was a resounding victory for them after last night's last game where they kind of didn't really do a whole lot. They've responded straight away to begin for night 2, and it sets us up now with a top 4 that already has a decent little gap, actually. 76 points now for All Gamers, gives them an 11-point buffer to second. Roy Esports with their performance, and it was a very good one, they go to 57 points. They've already got a 10-point gap to 5th. So the concern now for me sets in already. I know we've only played 7 games, but the top 4 have started off great. Now, fortunately, there's so many games still remaining that hard to envision that exact same top 4 just running away with it. You would imagine at some point, whether it be a Roy, Flash, BRM, maybe even an All Gamers, you're going to drop points somewhere. That big battle in the middle, though, from E-Arena down to Sharper is still on, but I'm starting to worry for Cerberus, for Forest. Again, nothing really gained in this match. ISG, good game. X-Men, good game. But again, you can see now that already the point gaps that are starting to form, that if you're towards the bottom end here, it's a rough run home.
Yeah, in saying that though, it's kind of nice to see everybody getting off of the single digits, obviously the exception being Zanshin, but ISG have done okay. Alter Ego obviously were already there. For FCR were, not too far away either. Savage Men also had a pretty decent opening game here. So look, there's at least a couple of arguments to be made that those teams right at the bottom end are starting to turn their tournaments around a little bit. I think what we're kind of looking for now going forward in sort of the next 2-3 games to avoid your nightmare scenario would be the middle of the pack having some decent games. The likes of FW Esports, Armories, Sharpers, Forest Natural, Cerberus, these kinds of teams that have been kind of kicking around but didn't really start the day well. You can even see here a lot of those names, right? Like Forest Natural, 5 points, E-Arena's in there, maybe in the discussion, 4 points, TDT only 1, FW only 1. So yeah, not the game that they would have wanted to kind of start things off, but at least the good news on their behalf is that Team Flash also didn't get too much. And so, yes, All Gamers might be starting to build a pretty sizable lead, but had it been Flash in there as well with a decent result where they might have gotten 5 to 10 points out of that game, we might have been saying, it's All Gamers and Flash, but that's not really the case at the moment. So it is still early days. I don't think it's necessarily worth getting too worried about just yet, but we will see how things go here into game number 2. I'm really just keeping my eyes on ISG. I want to believe that yesterday was an anomaly for them and that they're going to be able to come good. And it's been 3 decent games in a row from ISG. I say decent, they haven't been amazing games, but they've been decent enough. So I like to see them. They're climbing. So we'll see if they can continue to do so. They've got another couple of teams that they could very easily jump over the top of. 13th place right now, but 25 points for Cerberus, 23 points for IPS. So if they get another couple points over Cerberus and Savage Men, which are the 2 teams above them at the moment, they could be straight up into, almost a top 10 position after having had a woeful start to the competition. I think their first 4 games, they were literally still stuck on single digits. And so I think that's a storyline that will be fun to follow.
Do we get the marker out for Zanshin already? 7 games.
Hell yeah. I'm ready, bro. I'm ready. Yep.
Averaging 1 point a game. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm just going to put the marker straight through them. It's just not worked. And whether it be a play style, maybe just not quite working in this particular lobby where there's far more aggression, it's more chaos, and the rest of APAC qualifiers certainly, I don't think, are necessarily emulating what we've seen in this particular lobby. So clearly, they're not being able to adapt. I think you need more aggression. You need more calculated and controlled aggression. But yeah, All Gamers sit really nicely now. Like, they're set up. What you always want to be capable of doing in PUBG is relying on yourself. You don't want to be in a position where there's now already quite a few teams that are essentially relying on those top couple of teams having a bad night, having a bad rest of night tonight, and maybe even then having a bad night tomorrow, just to be capable of catching up. The only other way you can then theoretically do it is if you kind of do what All Gamers did in that last game and you go and get 25 points and you can do that a couple of times, then certainly you can do some leapfrogging, but you can't be relying on that. You need good point per game averages. You need to find that consistency. Certainly if you can't actually go and get, like your 15 kill kind of wins, like we just saw from All Gamers. So I'm not concerned for like the overwhelming lobby by any means. I think again, I still hold true. I think from Sharper and up, those teams are more than fine, close enough that they can still kind of just worry about themselves. But like if you're Cerberus now, I don't know if you fit that same mold. I think now if you're Cerberus, you need those top teams to really slow down those point per game averages so that you can slowly then begin the overtake process where it's like they go from averaging a certain amount. Okay, that drops. We go from averaging a certain amount. That goes up. And that's what they basically need now for the rest of this competition.
These are the match stats from the last game, by the way. So you can see 15 kills and the win, obviously, for All Gamers. Huge game out from them. That's why they've gone rocketing up the standings. I want to touch quickly on that conversation that you're having around the current day Cerberus roster. And again, you know, I think it is a little bit of a bait in a sense when you look at Cerberus and you go, oh, this is Cerberus, right? Like they should be one of those teams that really makes their way to the top end of it. But, you know, if we go back in the history of what this core of players rather than what that team has done, the results aren't necessarily as impressive. They, for the most part, were like that BN United / Genius Esports core that we kind of got to cover during the PCS era. And if you remember, they did win a PCS. They won PCS 5. But beyond that, they really didn't do anything more than just be kind of like a middle of the pack team, like a top 9, top 10, top kind of team. They were always sort of sitting around like 7, 8, 9, 10 kind of position. And so I don't know if maybe like there's a little bit of an element in your mind where it's like, oh, I see Cerberus, therefore I expect them to be a top team in the lobby. Plus I see experienced players. But how good on an individual basis or on a team basis has that team typically been in terms of their overall placements in a region like this one? Yeah. I would say a top 5 position would actually be a pretty solid result for Cerberus here. They're not a team that I expect to be winning necessarily. Is it possible? Yes, they have shown in the past that they can definitely go on runs and they can win lobbies like this one. But just in terms of their consistency of, are they one of the best teams in this region? Look, they're definitely in the top 15 or the top 10, but are they in the top 5 overall when we're talking about historical teams? Probably not. Is the All Gamers global core in that conversation? Definitely. You know, Himas, Taikon, Haisaki, we've talked about that. That core being the previous Cerberus core. They have been world beaters in some instances. They were able to win a PGS event. So I think you know, you're kind of comparing apples to oranges in that sense. And so Cerberus is one of the teams that I actually have slightly less faith in. I have enough faith that they're going to be competitive, but I don't have the faith that if they go dropping down the scoreboard, you know, if we would swap All Gamers and Cerberus in their positions right now, I would say, look, Cerberus are probably going to win, but I'd have more faith in All Gamers coming back from the position currently that Cerberus are in than I would the current Cerberus, if that makes sense. So it is a little bit about that, where you have to kind of think and take into context, what have these teams and players done in the past, and are they likely to be able to replicate that again? And I don't know that in the case of Cerberus, you're going to say, yeah, we're going to log them in for like a really, really good shot at the top 4, given how things are going for them at the moment. So I think 11th is probably a little bit under par for them, but I don't think missing out on a top 4 would be like, oh, that's shocking as far as the result is concerned.
No, and I think, like, for me, I'm basing a lot of it on the Vietnamese qualifiers, and they got out to a really, really good start. Cerberus, they were able to hold their top 3 position for quite a long time and right down to the end. But their last 4 games is where they kind of let the big gap form against All Gamers Global in those particular qualifiers. So they were kind of keeping pace with AG for a large portion of that, and then they kind of came to a bit of a poor finish, if you will, which they were fortunate that they had, you know, points on the board that they could avoid any kind of overtake and get the direct spot here into the finals. So maybe that's the concern, is if you look at the Vietnamese qualifiers, Cerberus started so well, but then kind of dropped off a little bit, and so you go from sometimes being in that top position and holding might be easier for certain teams than being a little bit lower down and now having to chase. So have they got that chase potential within them? That's what we just don't know, and we're going to have to see, though. That's the position they find themselves in. This is the complete opposite now to the Vietnamese qualifiers, where they started so strong, got early wins, they had good points to begin with, and then they were able to just hold that top 3 spot right to the end. But now you're 7 games through here in the APAC quals for the Esports World Cup, and what are they in, 11th or something like?
11th. 11th or 12th or something. Yeah.
Yeah, 11th right now, 25 points. They've only got the 8 placement points through 7 matches, so you're almost averaging just 1 placement point a game. You're not exactly lighting the world on fire in terms of kills either. So it's very much a case of now you've got to do something that you didn't do in the previous tournament, and that's really difficult to suddenly pull that out of the bag of tricks. And I agree, like I think it's going to be quite difficult. If I was to make an early call, I don't think they make top 4. I don't think they do, but I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they maybe can still finish strong tonight. Unfortunately, we're having some delays here though. Regarding the next game, it looks as if we have had a couple of DC issues and they have to re-host the lobbies. So
yeah, I think we're almost there.
I think we're almost there. I think we're not too far away then. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're like 1 minute out as far as I know. So we'll see. Hopefully that next lobby doesn't get cancelled. But yeah, no. On your point of who makes the top 4 here. The conversation on servers, I'm happy to kind of agree with you there. I don't recall who I said at the end of last night, but I'm pretty sure I had AG, Buriram, maybe E Arena were like my 3 that I had in the conversation there. And I think I might have gone with Flashes because they were at the top yesterday. And that's kind of looking like not a terrible shout at the moment. Roy's obviously not a bad argument here either, but TDT, FW, Armory, Sharper, Forest Natural, and Cerberus have all had their moments. They've all been decent, and they're all like close enough in terms of like where they're at in terms of points right now. Could they make top 4? Yes. But have they shown you enough? Have they given you a huge amount of faith that they can have that big game or 2 or 3 that is really going to be enough to put them over the line? I'm not too sure that they have, and I think that I can kind of lump them in with Cerberus in that I look at the histories of those rosters and say, are they world beaters? Are they a team that can go on a run and just kind of like dominate a lobby like this enough to come back from a deficit like that? And it's obviously early days, you know, and it is always possible, but I would certainly have a lot more faith in a team like All Gamers, and that is a faith that seems to be getting vindicated at this point. Or Arena, for example, because, you know, we've seen it from those teams. We've seen them do it before. If you haven't seen it before, it has to kind of come out of nowhere, and you're a little bit of a fool if you're making that prediction just based on, like, vibes, if that makes sense, right? A lot of people love to do that, you know. Viewers especially, they have their favorite teams. Like, why are these casters talking trash about why are these casters talking trash about Cerberus? It's like, well, we're not really. We're just telling you or showing you the history of that team and what to expect from them going forward. Unfortunately, we don't really get the luxury of being fans as casters. We have to just sort of say it how it is, and how it is at the moment is that, well, it's not looking too good for a few of these teams that haven't started the day strong, but it is early days. So, you know, look, probably all of that didn't need to be said, but we did need to talk because there was a little bit of a delay in the server. But luckily, that's all sorted out. Someone had a bit of a disconnection. It's all good though. We're back in for game number 2. And it's the second game of Miramar, the final game of Miramar tonight. We'll see whether or not we're going to get anything particularly special again here from All Gamers. But I am really enjoying the way that they're playing. And I have always enjoyed watching that team. I think they're always a fun team, particularly in the Tycon era. If you recall, obviously, early on when they were playing in the PCS era, they were probably not at the top of the pack. I think it was Buriram typically that were like the team in the early PCS days. Cerberus sort of seemed to come along a little bit later on in the piece, like in the latter kind of couple of years. But I think it was essentially when that Tycon change came through for Cerberus, this is the original Cerberus, obviously now AG, that I really thought this team has kind of like flipped a switch in a way. They've gone from being a decent domestic team to a very, very good domestic team, and even a team that contests internationally. So somewhere around that time that Tycon came into the fold, I think is when that team really started to look impressive, and has obviously continued to look impressive since. And here they are doing it in another organization. And yeah, I always find them super fun to watch just because of the, you know, they have such a potential to find these high kill games kind of out of nowhere. And that last game to start the day off was a good example of that.
From memory, I mean, I could be completely off the mark here, Jordan, but Tycon actually was part of the team
he was a sub,
at a young age. Well, he was underage.
Yeah.
So from memory, he was always part of Cerberus from the get-go, but couldn't play because of his age. So that's why it took a while for him to eventually get in. And once he turned 18, he was like straight into the lineup. So he was the young prodigy, if you will. But Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the leaderboards here just while we begin this game number 2. And I know we looked at it more, but I'm looking at it now more intensely. Roy Esports, the slight concern for me is they've had 2 really bad games and then 1 kind of average game. And then I look at also Team Flash, a 14th 0 kills, a 13th 0 kills, a 12th 1 kill, which you could kind of spin it and say, well, they've gotten 63 points from four games. That's pretty good. But they've also gotten 1 point from 3 games. So it kind of shows there might be consistency issues with those 2 teams currently in the top 4. I know that's nitpicking a little bit, but what I'm trying to do is almost keep that gate open for the teams below and say, well, these 2 teams aren't going to be runaway favorites. There's a chance they have these kind of, donut games, if you will. Even Biraram, an 11th with 2 kills, a 9th with 4 kills. But if 9th with 4 kills is your arguably second worst game so far through 7, you're doing something quite well in terms of consistency. So Biraram's consistency has actually been overall better than Team Flash, but they're only 2 points above. So over the course of an 18-game tournament, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, well, statistically, Biraram's probably likely to outpace Team Flash, especially if Team Flash don't work on their bad games and some of their really high-end top games come down a little bit. And all gamers, they had a 12th with 0 kills, an 11th with 1 kill, a 6th with 2 kills, and a 7th with 4 kills. And you're like, well, how have they got 76 points? It was a first with 14 kills yesterday, first with 15 kills tonight, and a second with 11 kills. So 3 absolutely ginormous games, Jordan. So the beauty of PUBG is there's many different ways you can go about it, but if you can get and have the capabilities of getting those big pop-off games, that's one avenue. And so far, that's been the avenue for all gamers. They're almost like the all-or-nothing kind of team right now. So despite them being on 76 points, what happens if those big pop-off games drop off? You could probably have a Gen G Night 2 back in the career qualifiers where you then suddenly don't pick up a lot of points. So no guarantees with any of those top 4 teams. They're not impervious to making mistakes or having bad games. That's going to be the mindset if you're outside the top 4 right now, is we can catch these guys. We've just got to make sure we have good point per game averages, keep our consistency up, and we can certainly still overcome the deficit.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, we're talking a lot about that scoreboard and about the potential eventualities, and I think a lot of that is just due to the fact that we've had a little bit more extra time to talk than what we normally would. But I don't know that I would necessarily be going this in depth with this discussion on a normal day, you know what I mean? It's just that there's been a little bit of time to fill. I think it is still pretty early on in the piece, and so we're probably giving a little bit of a, not a false narrative necessarily, but you're kind of reading into some stuff a little bit too much when there's still, like, we're not even halfway through this qualifier just yet. Like, we've got to give it a bit of time still, I'd say. And that's where the teams are going to have to kind of keep their mentality, as well as Xavier looks like he's happy with his accommodation there. And Long X, that is really unfortunate. Nice little seat swap from Huang. Gets him behind him, and that'll be another rough start for Team Flash. And this is what you're kind of just alluding to, right? Those teams towards the top end are not infallible. Things can go wrong for them. Sololzi has been caught out just in no man's land. And all gamers are going to be getting themselves at least, I'd say, 1 guaranteed kill here onto Cerberus. What the response is going to end up being from Cerberus, we will have to see. But it does look like they're maybe trying to group up over here at Church on Zest's position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Cerberus are necessarily trying to do in the early game, but clearly it's not working. If you're towards the bottom, you probably want to be avoiding any kind of early fracas and early fights and, mishaps. You need 4 players alive into the mid game, play off of that if you're going to get points. Can't be affording to lose a player early. You can't. If you're on 45 to 50 points right now, and you lose one early, it's not the end of the world, whatever. But you're so far below the pack now that your averages required to catch back up have now exceeded maybe even the team's capabilities, and that's then going to be a very detrimental effect to the mental of the team if you have a bad night here. And this is why I said at the start of the show, night 2 is so important. If you're Cerberus, you're on 25 points, you're into game 2 tonight, bad game. Game 3, bad game. Suddenly you're thinking, well, geez, this is not happening, and you're running out of games. And so it really does affect the mental. And that's why I'll always say it. Absolutely, you need to start well. Starting well is so important. It's not a guarantee. Absolutely not a guarantee. Teams do start well and eventually fall off. That can happen. But it doesn't happen because of mental. It doesn't happen because of the way the team's feeling about their performance. It just happens through the fact that clearly not good enough. But you know, if you're Cerberus now, it's just so mentally difficult to kind of lock in and think, can we even do this? Like, PUBG is a mentally draining and difficult game. There's so many things that can go against you that even your own skill doesn't have a say in it. Sometimes you just rotate and you get domed out of a car. Or GG, like that's just, it happens. You got to have a really good, strong mental attitude in PUBG. And for Cerberus, we'll see if they've got one, because they're going to need it.
Not to mention the fact that oftentimes, not often I guess, suppose, but it depends on how good of a team you are. Sometimes you just have to play out games which are literally meaningless to you, right? Like if you're going into the final day and you're 60 points behind a position where you can even qualify, maybe let's just say like 30 points behind in the final game or something like that, it's just impossible to overcome, and you've still got to play that out. And you've still got to come in with that ability to try and like find a way to lock in, find some kind of like intrinsic self-motivation, because there's no extrinsic motivation. There's nothing telling you, oh, if you do this, you will get this. It's like, well, you do this and you drop a 25 kill win, maybe. But like, realistically speaking, that's not going to happen. So you've got to find a way to just sort of like keep your mental strong, even when things aren't going well in any particular tournament. So potentially a pretty rough road ahead for some of those teams towards the bottom of the standings, as we are now getting into that position where it's very unlikely that they make that run back on in. But ISG, maybe a bit of a different conversation here as they do make their way through Los Leones. It is unchallenged. There's nobody here in Los Leones, so this is going to be a safe rotation for them at this point. They're going to eventually have to pull up and start to head north somewhere along the line. But ISG's, yeah, they've piqued my interest a little bit over the last few games, and I'm kind of hopeful that we'll see that trend continue. They do need, though, to find themselves one good finish. Like, they need one big good finish. They need to find a win somewhere. You know, a 10-kill win will get them right back in to a position where we can get excited about them. But as long as they keep getting the sort of 5 to 10 points a game that we've been seeing over the last, like, 2 or 3 games, that is enough to keep me interested that maybe things can, if they go right, go proper right, and they can actually get back in to a really solid position. So early days, of course, for ISG, but they've got to be aware that they don't have a huge amount of time to play with here. So ticking time bomb for them. Isaki will look for a couple of pot shots. That is onto Kanaxi, and this is his car that's losing its tires. So FW Esports on the receiving end of a couple of shots from all gamers, but not a huge concern for them because that zone pull has gone right over the top of FW Esports on that power grid cliff. Now, looking at this, again, you're expecting it to probably move away from that cliff at some point. So most of the teams down in towards, you know, that Cantera side of the circle, Minas Generalis side of the circle, will be feeling pretty good about things. And one of the teams that is fairly central there is Cerberus. They lost a player early on, but 3 players from a center circle position at this stage of the game, things are not looking so bad for them. And Zanshin as well, a team that we've talked about struggling a little bit. But he did say, Xenox, that they have had a lot of success from, you know, more central positions. They've got a central position this time around. Let's see if things are going to pan out. Obviously, it can still shift away from them, but hoping that they can convert on this game as well.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be your bread and butter if you're Zanshin, because that's the way that they won their games, got their most points in the rest of APAC qualifiers, center positions, being able to also push out, get kills from that later in the rounds. A bit difficult on Miramar to do that, and I'm not expecting for Zanshin to go and have a high kill game if it does kind of center up on them phase 3-4. Honestly, you're so far behind now that, let's be honest, you're not qualifying for EWC, but you can get some really good practice in what is essentially the strongest lobby that you're going to get in all of APAC with the Vietnamese teams and the Thai teams. This is a really, really good opportunity to learn, grow as a team, come back next tournament, you know, PGS qualifiers and such, that you can kind of take a lot away from this, a lot of learnings and experience gained for a team that's, I think, still pretty fresh in their development coming out of the Philippines. That there's clearly good signs for the future off of the back of the rest of APAC qualifiers, but clearly so far, you know, the step up in quality here in the APAC quals is proving to be a little bit too much. But these are the games you've got to really lock in and say, okay, how good can we get in terms of points from this match? It needs to be a decent haul. If it shifts away from them, then, you know, all of those kind of discussions and subjects do change a little bit. Better for X-Men, at least to start game 1. Benefiting a little bit in the old Pozo finish. And that's the other thing as well. Like, I mean, for all gamers, they've had 3 really good games, Jordan. One of them, though, is an Alpozo finish where they're on the east side by themselves. They capitalized, they maximized, and they're set up nicely for the rest of this tournament. But that means that out of the other 6 games, they've only had 2 really good games, and the other 4 pretty much average to bad. So even though they're first right now and have a decent little buffer, again, no real guarantee. But when you look at the names on that roster, you're going to probably expect them to continue to do well. And you can always play probably better when you're winning because you got that inner confidence. You know that anything you're doing right now is working.
Yep. Well, I'm very intrigued to see where this next shift is going to go in the next 30 seconds, because that will be a really, really big deciding factor for some of those teams that we had been speaking about toward the bottom end of the table. I mean, ISG also coming up from the south. They are going to run into FW Esports up near Power Grid at some point soon. And I can't imagine that's going to go well for them. Shots coming out from Canaxi, you can see there on the mini-map. And that is going to turn ISG around. Leo from Savage Men just keeping an eye on Alter Ego. We'll be hoping for the pull-out toward the west, which is what he is going to get. And as expected, it does move away from that cliff around Power Grid, which is fairly standard. So right over the top of Cerberus. Yeah, top of Roy. Definitely.
Not awful for Zanshin. I know they're not dead center, but they can kind of hold their location for now. They'll still be able to play out of an okay spot. You know, you don't want to be kind of FW right now. They got really unlucky with this pool and no longer get to play the cliffs just north of Picardo. ISG have to go for a massive rotate wrap as well, coming through San Martin. Not ideal. 4 Crazy Rabbits around Hacienda del Patron. Not ideal. I think the rest of the lobby, though, outside of the teams I just named, not completely awful spots. Maybe all gamers. This is actually going to be a really good game to watch for all gamers, Jordan, because they're not in a great spot. They got a crossroad. They're out of the zone right now. FW is kind of pushing down that hill, going past them now towards Cerberus and Armory Gaming. So keep an eye on them, because you're not getting a feed this game. So what can that stacked roster do out of position? And if it's a big game, again, from a spot like that, I mean, I'll hand them the ticket myself.
Rotations coming through. But not a whole lot happening for Alter Ego, who were already in a position that actually has ended up being really quite favorable. Depending on how this continues to push westward, they can maintain their position up here on the high ground, get a lot of info, perhaps get some pot shots into Minas Generalis if it really starts to pop off in there. FCR back again in the kill feed for the wrong reasons. Neb1's gone down. Sharper looked like they're going to be doing a bit of a number here onto FCR. That push in coming from the northern side has just not worked out. And kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place as well, because Sharper's on one side and then ISG on another. There's nowhere really comfortable for FCR to go, and it just seems that their eventual downfall is continuing, although Extras has been deleted by Minvo. Earth coming across here as well to try to help out. Minvo up in the anchor position. Isn't going to be able to do too much to save his teammates here, unfortunately, though. The res did come through. Oh, my goodness, what's happening here? Sharper, this might be a little bit ambitious. Indeed, it is a bit too ambitious. Jedi's gone down to Lambao, who will duck back into the cover of the smoke. He's a smoke criminal, apparently, and it's all going wrong on both sides here. FCR have lost 1. Sharper now losing 1 as well, and I imagine that both teams are going to get stuck in a battle that they don't really want to commit to. So this is going to be a real mess on both sides.
There's Tipalui with the knockdown onto E-Pod. At least they needed that one, Sharper. E-Pod not finished off just yet. Minvo from a distance, and with a bit of help from Lambao, they're able to get the knockdown onto Thunders, and he will be finished off really quickly. But Minvo now the only one standing for 4 Crazy Rabbits. Deep blue towards Hacienda. Not a good spot, and not going to be a good game for the Rabbits. Big zone pull up though onto Roy Esports. They'll love this. Could be back-to-back big games. And well positioned to make the most of this circle pot. Phase 4, that's typically the circle zone that you want. They control a lot of space and will need to be wary of teams sending it in their location. FW actually did a decent job of rotating off of the Picardo cliffs to get over across the road south of Graveyard. Now just outside of Cerberus. Lyric's finished off by Dynasty, so E-Arena lose 1. Scappy's going to be run over by Zayu. I kind of expected more chaos, Jordan, but it seems like because there's a lot of teams around Minas, and with the zone keeping a lot of Minas in, it's kept quite a few teams rather stationary, but that's going to change over the next couple of minutes. There's so many teams outside of this current circle, nowhere really to go. A couple of cliffs on the north side, so you could get a couple teams in there, but Alter Ego holding decent space, Sharper, Wounded, rotating, ISG holding strong at the moment, and a huge wrap from All Gamers. They've just gone north graveyard now, making their way up this hill. Armory Gaming spotted directly below. Himas is just licking his lips. Isaki does get knocked down. Destroy falls up. Another one comes in as well. Doritos for good measure. Today, both Armory Gaming players are down. Tede peeking over the ridge. Tycon took a bit of damage. Himos got eliminated, and Destroy has been knocked down. Tycon, I think, is the only one standing for All Gamers. This could be a disaster game for the team in first after that massive game. There's your donut game. It's been apparent. I've done the look in on the maths, Jordan, of the games for All Gamers. It's go home or go big. They can't seem to have a middling game.
Yeah, this fight's not over just yet, by the way. Sharper are about to get eliminated as well. Roy going to be the one receiving all of those kill points, but not all of them, but some of them. All Gamers are also here, stuck in this little dip. So it seemed a position that a lot of teams wanted to take. I gotta say, though, the way Himas went up that ridge, it didn't look like we were playing PUBG anymore. It looked like we were in like some kind of like Tron world or something where we could have vehicles that stick to walls and, you know, some kind of science fiction stuff going on. But didn't work out for him. It was fun while it lasted, but it didn't last for very long. Sometimes that's the best way. Either way, that's going to be the end for Crazy Rabbits, as well as they're out now in 14th. The lobby has really picked up in terms of the pace in the last couple of minutes. That zone shift causing a lot of chaos, but right smack bang dead center is Roy, and this is where they did typically do their best work yesterday as well. So expecting a pretty decent game out from them. Zanshin look like they're down to a duo just to kind of keep up with that conversation. We touched on them a little bit earlier on, having a favorable enough shift. It doesn't look like that's being converted again, so we'll, I suppose, follow suit with the conversation around them being maybe just a little bit out of their depth here. Cerberus will get a more favorable pull over towards Graveyard there. So again, maybe still in with a little bit to say for themselves if things continue to go in that direction. FW Esports, also another team that's fairly desperate for points. TDT down there in the south, a favorable enough pool for them, also looking for points in this game. So some of those teams that did struggle a little bit, looking at that top end of the scoreboard, licking their lips, seeing All Gamers out of the picture here, and thinking about catching back up in some capacity.
Still think there's a good chance for Cerberus to get decent points out of this game, and with them as well, FW. Graveyard's still kind of in this circle, but they're going to need one more shift. But with so much of the player population towards the far east of the current circle, as Can gets the pretty easy knockdown in the end onto Lundlund.
Yeah, double for
those teams towards Graveyard aren't going to be that contested. He knows there's still one more round. He wasn't entirely sure though, and popped through the doorway. Hello, Savior. Trying to save the day for X-Men. Nothing that Dynasty can do from there, and that's going to be a death for Viram. They'll keep 3 up, and on the rotate for ISG. Never fun feeling when you get knocked out of a moving vehicle, and Runax is going to feel the brunt of UNQ. For Armory Gaming, they go to 5 kills. Down to just the 2 players though. But FW here, as we look at them, I mean, this side of the zone, I know Cerberus is in Graveyard, and if they can find a truce, although Banana One,
no truce here, bro.
He's lining up ready to go to war. They're the only 2 teams out west. That's it. So there's far more action towards this side of the zone, the north and the east side. So those 2 teams might be able to get top 8 just through the fact that there's no one else over there. 2 members of AG are gone, so they're out. Alter Ego through Egba will take those kills. Lundlund got finished off as well by Riz. Leo goes down to the blue. Man actually in the blue, bringing a vehicle over with Samoy up on the hill. Good space now for Alter Ego has been established on the northern side of the circle. Again, so it's this center and center east position where teams are stacking up. E-Arena, they lost Lyrics earlier, still 3 players good, but no kills They haven't been able to get involved. X-Men now wiped out, gone. 10 teams left. Another pickup for Buriram. Again, there's that consistency from this roster, Jordan, that and All Gamers has not shown so far. Yes, All Gamers have had 3 massive games where they've picked up like 80% of their points, but Buriram has certainly shown more consistency through now 8 matches played.
TDT under fire. They're going to lose Van Knight. John's going to get the cover of smokes up as quickly as he possibly can. But it's not looking like a particularly great spot to be in, and he's going to try to get out of it, but that might be a mistake. Shots coming through from Nurans. Kiss is the one to get the knock. Kesama will get the finishing blow, so it wasn't just E-Arena that was shooting at John there. It was 3 teams at least, which has ultimately resulted in his death and a real problem, a real head scratcher now for TDT, because you can see them out there right on the edge of the blue. They send John forward to try to get information about where can we go in this next zone. Well, the answer is not the spot that you wanted to. And probably as a result of that, you are cooked, because trying to make your way any further, any deeper into this zone is really not going to result in a fun time for TDT. So I'm not sure where they're going to go from here. They're going to have to try and do something, obviously, but it's looking like TDT might be making a pretty swift exit from this game once again. They'll move out a little bit further toward the west, but this is going in the direction of FW Esports, and as soon as they go over this ridge, there's going to be those shots coming through as well. So this will be a desperate attempt from TDT, and it looks like they're actually getting through okay, although they're going to pull up pretty close by to Roy now and just try and sit in this ridge. Oh. The car has not landed on top of the
no, it did. It landed on Hawaii. It did.
Yeah.
But he can get rezzed, and I don't think Roy pushes out here. Look at it. Yeah, you don't push out there. Past the fence line is the no-go zone. That's the...
Hey, but I'd be more worried about Alter Ego, who are like up on that hill just above that you saw. They were sort of ducking below it, but if they go up and crest that ridge, they will get some shots for sure. Yeah,
but if they do that, then there's a chance that Roy can also see them. So it's the... You know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Joan goes down to Edie. Zanshin went quiet this game. They never, again, really did anything, even from a somewhat early good position. And it's just the 1 kill for Forest. Again, I think they've been far too quiet in this lobby as well. Buriram making the move. Got to punish this. Great spray from Azkralusia. The old hands have still got it. Just ran out of ammunition, almost found another one. Banana 1 got finished off by Hwang, so he got res back up and then straight to shooting. Now down to 8 teams with the elimination of Zanshin and TDT, who, by the way, Jordan, have only picked up 4 points from the opening 2 games tonight. So they were in the top 4 when we started here for night 2, and they're certainly not in it anymore off the back of game 1. Even more so now off the back of game 2. Another spray there from Kiss actually did land a shot. He's got knocked down by Baron, so this time now Forest Natural Gaming finally starting to get a little bit more involved in the lobby. Cerberus from that graveyard position and FW, my call was right, both have made top 8. Both now, that truce might be coming to an end. Duckmai's pushed up. He's still got 2 players back behind, so he doesn't have to worry about, you know, FW peeking over this cliff to look down because he's got 2 players kind of watching for support. He just has to worry about up close. Nuran's knocked by Azkalusia. Forest Natural Gaming finally having decent impact in this lobby for one of their better games so far, as E-Arena could get nothing to work for them here. I don't think they really got any kills at all. And Darkmine continues to just creep up, be a nuisance, but it's Roy Esports that have benefited the most in this main compound. Oh, that could keep rolling. Yeah, and it did, and he missed it. Nice.
Some more vehicular warfare going on. It's the vehicle striking back. They're sick of it. They're sick of getting blown up all over the place. Trying to rage against the machine, as it were. Kanaxi, yeah, just going to be held at bay by that blue zone nade, but also some shots coming in his direction. So FW Esports, not exactly in a particularly fantastic position in terms of agency. They don't have a lot of agency in terms of what they might want to do
as well. Like, this is hard.
If they can hold this position down for now, and once that zone pushes in, not have to worry about their backside, I think it could start to get a little bit more playable. The problem is going to be that they're at the moment kind of stuck between Alter Ego and Cerberus, who are going to have to push into them. But Alter Ego may even be able to help them out with that one, as they're keeping
what a run from Zest
down the bottom.
Good smokes laid out, makes the run from Graveyard all the way to the clears. Egbert knocked down by Canaxi, and Trick did get one as well, so a 1-for-1 trade. I wondered, does Cerberus go on this? They've just got all three players finally over to this ridge, and Sixax's the only one with the gun up at the moment as they were going for the revive. Reyes finished off by the native Trick. Canaxi also got knocked down while going for said revive, and Trick is able to get all three of them for FW. They're out. Alter Ego get 7 kills now, and they know exactly where Cerberus is located. 5 teams remain.
Maybe not 5 for too much longer. Team Flash are trying to make their rotation in. They're just coming out of the blue, and they've run straight into Zest. Binneck has gone down here as well to Forest Natural Gaming. 2 players on the ground for Team Flash, and Cerberus are sensing the blood in the water. They know that they need some points here, so they're going to try and push that, confirm those kills. Kisama does get picked up. He's lucky. There's a Molotov that landed right in front of him and a grenade that landed next to him. It wasn't enough to finish him off. He does get knocked back onto the ground again. Yeah, I mean, how lucky really are you? Great shots, though, from Hungbo. Ditch both Esquilusia and Kiss now down. Forest Natural Gaming will have the last laugh, but that is going to be a bit of a sticking point for Baron, who now finds himself alone and has to make a bit of a run to try to get those revives, if he even wants to try to get those revives. I think it's going to be a tough ask to make a cross like that, so a little bit of a mishap there from Forest Natural Gaming. Certainly going to affect their chances of winning this game, and Cerberus are putting up a really good fight against Alter Ego. I would have thought Alter Ego had a far better position in this engagement, but Cerberus seem to be the one that are getting far more knocks.
Look, not a bad game for Forest Natural. Disappointing finish, but in the end, fourth's not awful. Got some decent kills. Finally, we're able to have more influence on the lobby. Oh, that's a bad time to pull out that flash, and Trick will get punished. Just the timing moment there. And it goes the way of Zest. 3 kills for Cerberus. It's not a lot of kills, Jordan, but they were Graveyard. They had to cross that ditch over towards the cliff. So they've worked hard in this game. This has not just been a case of, you know, getting a hard feed, little kills. This is a PUBG game where they've worked incredibly hard to get themselves to this position. The benefit now is getting the extra kills, and they were down that player early as well. It was Sololzi, wasn't it, at the very beginning of this game? So they've been a 3-man since the very beginning of this game. They had to push out a Graveyard, cross over. They're into the top 2. They can win this game now against a Roy Esports team that has not really been in the thick of the action. If Cerberus win this game, it's a really good showcase. Again, you can win games as a 3-man, but now they lose 2 quickly, and it's all just down to Zest in a 1v3. Still a great performance from Cerberus. Roy will happily take this result. It's only a 4-kill win, but you take it. It's 14 points. They didn't have to really do that much. You move on to the next game, and All Gamers Global got nothing from this game. So you catch up a little bit to that team at the top spot of the leaderboard as well. If you are Roy Esports with those 14 points, they go to 71. It's only a 5-point gap to All Gamers after their huge win on game 1 of Miramar. And the good thing for Roy Esports, 2 games in a row, Jordan, top 2. Now, you could sit back and say 2 games in a row, they've been a little bit, you know, beneficial of the circle, but they're maximizing the points in those games that they're getting. But I think Cerberus, for me, if I was to give a team of the match, it would be Cerberus. Lost Sololzi early. You're down to a 3-man essentially for the entire game. To get to second, 6 kills, and playing out a Graveyard and then having to cross out in the open, lay the smokes, play the cliffs against FW, a really solid game.
I mean, they were certainly battling some demons in that game, weren't they? So to make it into a top 2 position, I think is a really good shout from Cerberus. So I'll agree with you on that one. The other team I think it's just quickly worth shouting out before we go to the break here is Alter Ego. I mean, they were in there. They were in the thick of things for quite a long time. They were fighting well. It didn't go super fantastic in that straight up engagement against Cerberus, but prior to that, they had been kind of running through a bunch of teams over on that like little hill that they were playing. So they pick up quite a number of points, and that was quite required from them too. So lots to say, obviously, after the 2 first games of the day, but we've still got plenty more to jump into. So we'll take a short break before we get there, but then we'll be jumping into Tego, Rondo, and then Erangel right after this.
Roy Esports with their second chicken dinner so far throughout these qualifiers, Jordan, and nothing's going to take it away from them. The Indonesians are doing quite well, and the top four is shaping up very nicely. In fact, the gap now is 7 points between the four of them. What's the problem is the team in fifth, Jordan's 20 points behind all of them.
Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst case scenario, isn't it? We came in today and we were like, "Yeah, this is gonna be great. We've got we've got 10 to 12 teams that are in a conversation for top four." Well, right now it's kind of not really feeling like that anymore, is it? All gamers, great start to the day. Didn't do much to follow up there in game number 2, but Team Flash had a better game 2 than game 1. Buildup have been in and amongst the points in a sense in both games. Roy having a good second game. All four of those teams were pretty stable toward the back end of yesterday, so they have elevated themselves above the rest. And look, we honestly haven't really seen anything of note today from TDT, E-Arena, Armory, FW, Sharper, Forest Natural. Cerberus had a decent game there, but they were pretty dramatically down the lower end of the standings, so they've got a bit more work to kind of do. Alter Ego also a decent game there in the previous one, but also kind of trying to play catch up really at this point. So it hasn't necessarily resulted in a tightening of the top of the pack, again, unless you're counting just the top four, which is all well and good. But with the 4 qual slots, we would have hoped for things to be a little bit tighter towards that 5, 6, 7 position. But look, again, it's still quite a lot of time to play. And going back to yesterday as well, I don't think we can really draw too many conclusions just out of the first 2 games. I'm still kind of looking at someone like E-Arena. I think they just haven't been as good in this qualifier as I thought that they would be, but I think they've still got a little bit left in the tank, and they did show that towards the latter games last night as well. Maybe they're a bit more of an Erangel favored team, not sure. So if they can pick things up at the back end of today, they might join that conversation once again. But here's where things are starting to break down. Roy, top of the pack there, getting themselves the 10 placement points, get that win. Alter Ego and Cerberus, our 2 respective shout-outs at the back end there, were pretty nice work on their respective fronts as well. Forest Natural had an okay game, but again, they're kind of trying to really play catch-up. So is 10 points a game as a catch-up game going to be enough? Well, probably not, because 10 points a game on average from here, how many games have we got left? We've got 4 today and 6 tomorrow. So we've got 10 points, 10 games. So that's what? They'd be on about 140 points at the end if they would maintain 10 points a game. So, that may be enough. It might be just enough, but it is. And look, I think typically, if I go back and try and search my brain when I was doing those big mega spreadsheets, if you remember, Xenox, what the average points in any given lobby would be for just like a decent sort of average team, I think it was around like 6 to 8. If you're getting 6 to 8 points on average, that's a middle of the pack kind of a score. 10 to 12 points on average is like a really good result. 10 points a game over 18 games would be 180 points. And that's where we kind of saw, for example, Gen G ending up. So you're going to need almost a Gen G-esque performance for the rest of this APAC qualifier. I'm not really seeing it. at the moment, but that's kind of what's going to be required.
None of the top 4 right now are averaging 10 points a game. The closest being all gamers, who are essentially 9.8 a game. But it's a really good way of kind of looking at it and say, well, if the top 4 are not even averaging 10 a game, how do we expect now to suddenly go and average 10 a game? And to do that basically from now, coming up into match 9 all the way until the end, it's probably just not going to happen. My concern is very much that top 4 have just really got a nice healthy little buffer, all 4 of them equally as well. It's not like the number 1 spot has got a buffer to 2 and then a buffer to 3 and then a buffer to, they're all basically, it's single digits. It's 7 points. It's nothing. I mean, essentially Flash, Buildup and Roy, 72 and 71 points, they're essentially just tied anyway. And TDT you kind of touched on already, but they haven't really done anything so far tonight. They came into tonight in 4th on 45 points. They were 6 behind all gamers. They were 10 behind Buildup. A little bit more to Team Flash being 17 points, but they were in 4th on 45 points. They now sit on 50 points, so they've only picked up 5 points in 2 games, which that in itself, Jordan, it happens over the course of an 18-game tournament, but how quickly you've now found yourself at a deficit, not just outside the top 4, but at a deficit. And then it doesn't get much prettier from there, because if I'm going to be honest, I look at the teams outside the top 4, we're at the halfway mark now. This is match 9. We're at the halfway mark. Do we think an E-Arena, an Armory Gaming, can get into the top 4 based on what we've seen right now.
Well, that's the caveat that would certainly concern me. If you're going to say
It would have to
based on
change.
what we've seen in this
that's
qualifier,
what has happened here.
yeah, that's not ideal at all. Where are they on the map? Let me have a quick look. It looks like they... Hang on. My map feed is on 480p, so I can't actually see anything. Okay, they both landed terminal. It looks like. They both landed terminal. They tried to contest each other terminal.
Yeah,
and that's obviously not gone well for FCR. So I don't know why all of a sudden that didn't happen
for X-Men. I think X-Men are the ones who came out second best there, from what I saw.
Or maybe I'm cooking in the kill. Yeah, I mean, look, my sleep schedule's a bit all over the place at the moment, so I might not be reading things correctly. But yeah, I mean, I don't recall that happening yesterday with a terminal hot drop, so that's something to make note of. But just to jump back to what you were saying there, you know, if what you're asking about like TDT or E-Arena or Armory, for example, and the caveat is based on what we have seen in this particular qualifier, then I would have to say no. But based on previous track record of the core of that E-Arena roster, I think it is possible, surely, to be a top 4 team in this lobby, even from the position that they're in, right? Like, this is still a really, really good lineup. You know, all the success that they had back in 2024, there has been that one roster change with Nurans coming in earlier this year, but, you know, it's still the core of a roster that did really, really well, even internationally towards the 2024 period, right? So, you know, they played both PGS 3 and 4, and they did really quite well in actually PGS 3 and 4. So that was about 12 months ago, but, you know, is that team still here? Like, can we still expect that from E-Arena, or are we going to get a little bit more of maybe what we've seen throughout this qualifier so far? Maybe it's starting to eventuate in the more negative sense, but I still want to have that hope, you know?
Well, I'm definitely putting a line through Zanshin, 4 Crazy Rabbits, ISG, Savageman Esports. You know, I'm going to be a little bit more savage myself here in this particular qualifiers and say that bottom 4 is just done. They're all 25 points and below. The gap is already excruciating, and the top 4 are picking up consistent points that I don't think anything outside of and I'll probably exclude Zanshin from this, but for those 3 teams just above Zanshin, you essentially need like back-to-back wins just to get yourself back in the game. And I just don't know if those teams can win in this lobby really at all. And then from Alter Ego and up now with, you know, Alter Ego's on 36, Cerberus is on 37. Both teams, those 2 that I'm talking about here have actually picked up 13 to 14 points each in the opening 2 games, which is not bad. Like that's actually a pretty decent, you know, kind of point total in terms of your average is close to 6-7 points a game. That's pretty good. It's just that they both had a very average day number 1, so you're obviously playing from behind, you're playing catch up. But if either of those 2 could go and get, you know, a 10-kill win, suddenly that skyrockets you up towards, you know, single digits on the leaderboard. You then do that again at some point and you can close the deficit. So I wouldn't count those teams out yet, but they're going to have to do something really, really... And that honestly goes for everyone that's pretty much... you know, outside the top 4 right now. Like, you're going to have to start picking up big point games at some point because those top 4 teams just aren't looking like slowing down. It may happen, it may not, we don't know. We're about to really find out in a big crucial game here on Tago, followed then by Rondo to set us up nicely, then going into Erangel. These 4 games now, Jordan, are so important because 6 games on the last night where things are going to be so chaotic and teams are chasing points, you essentially can't just bank on yourself playing well. There's too many other permutations. These games here are going to be really, really important to just keep touch with the top 4. Don't have to overcome that 20-point deficit straight away. You got to chip at it. You know, you just got to keep looking at it 5 points at a time, and we'll get there. And we've got enough games to be able to do that. This is not like there's 3-4 games left. If there's 3-4 games left, I'd basically say you need to win the next 2 or something. But there's enough games left. You can just slowly chip away at it. You don't have to go and get all your points back straight away.
Oh, no. Another death for Zanshin early.
Roy has fed on them, I'm pretty certain, in all 3 games. Or close to it.
Definitely last game.
Yeah.
And so far this game. Looks like the rest of Zanshin are going to get away okay, just from what I can see here on the map stream. They took a bit of a detour. So just a bit of an awkward timing on a rotation where both teams kind of rotating through the same portion of the map running into one another. It's gone poorly, obviously for Zanchin. It's not the end of their game, but it's put them in a really, really big spot of bother because they've got a 2-1 split, and it's a big... No, it's even a 1-1-1 split, actually, I should say. They're all over the place. So, yeah, it's going to be rough. They're going to take a little while to get themselves locked in position. Same can kind of be said for Buriram. They've got a pretty drawn-out rotate here, but they're actually looking pretty hot to trot. Can up here in the glider, doing some scouting. And from my POV, the God POV, I can see that there's actually nothing happening on this side of the zone. This is going to be a really, really free and easy rotate for Buriram until they get pretty much to center circle. So, again, most teams gambling that this is going to continue to go south and then maybe a little bit out towards the west. That'll be a little bit more problematic for Buriram once they try to sort of lock in a position in that quadrant of the map. But at least the early part of their rotation, having to go through this forest or over this hill, Buksan Sar, obviously, there's actually nobody there. And Can is figuring that out. He won't be able to guarantee it necessarily because you can't always see through these trees. There could be someone hiding under a tree, for example, or in a building. But so we can see they're going to make a pretty straightforward rotation for themselves, which is going to be nice. And Buriram keeping that scoreboard ticking over today has been a nice welcome sight as well. Team Flash with a 2-2 split right now between the North and South Islands. I'm sure that that's not going to be persisting for too long, as there's no real reason to be on the Northern Island. Maybe just doing a little bit of extra looting for those last couple of players. Send the initial 2 over to fishing camp, do a bit of scouting. Kisama looking to figure out what's happening along this cliff, and it looks like Team Flash recognize that they're going to be one of the later rotators into the zone, so they're not going to try to play for a priority position here. They're more or less expecting that they're going to have to play edge, so already starting to think about that and already starting to try and clear their extremities. The only team that they're really going to have to be aware of is ISG, so nice work from the observing team to move over here. This is going to become relevant in a second for Team Flash. ISG are the last rotators. And I had a lot of positive things to say about them after that first game, Xenox, but second game didn't go well for them. And this game, it's looking rough already. Zone has shifted away from them. They're going to be late into the next circle. I don't see it ending super well here for ISG.
Yeah, I mean, again, realistically, those teams at the bottom now, I don't really pay that much stock to their games in terms of it mattering in the grand scheme of things. It might sound harsh, but you're just so far behind that if you're in these kind of positions, and ISG have been in these kind of positions so often throughout the now opening 9 matches, hard to really say that they've got any kind of capability of getting back. You need to be in at least good positions. I feel like Zanchin, it's like this team from the RA qualifiers, the 4 players packed up shop and just said, job done. This is absolutely dismal. This is dismal. 7 points in 9 matches is like you think back to the old PCS days. I'm gonna have a very quick look, Jordan, because I swear back in the day we used to have, right, the bottom 2, bottom 3 teams. Sometimes there'd be quite a distance, like quite a gap to the teams
I do recall that,
above them.
Yeah.
But this is to like a whole new level right now, and it's quite disappointing because when you top that group in rest of APAC, you know, Monk are in 3rd. I can tell you right now for certain that Monk would have been able to get more than 7 points by now. So you're knocking out teams that are, well, not knocking out teams. Of course, they had a chance in the play-in rounds, etc. But obviously Monk couldn't due to conflicts. But yeah, it's really disappointing that you go from so great and just so confident and playing good positions, being in the right spot, circle shift here to whatever the hell is happening. They're in bad spots. They're not winning fights. They have no confidence. They're playing really bad. They're making poor decisions. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong for Zanchin.
Indeed. Well, that seems like a wholly unexpected zone shift from the vast majority of the lobby. We were talking about that when we were touching on that Buriram rotate, that everyone had kind of moved around Hosan as a bit more like of a central point. They were expecting that to be where the circle pool was going to go, but this one has gone drastically out toward the east. No one was really hedging their bets. They didn't want to take up those positions in the fields around Buksan Sar or whatnot, the hills. So Buriram all of a sudden have kind of come into this very wealthy neighborhood, and everyone wants to all of a sudden move in, but it is Buriram's territory now, and so they've been able to get themselves established with a nice, quick, early 2-2 split. So a little bit of circle fortune there for Buriram, and see if they can convert this game in any sizable way, as the rest of the teams are now starting to really scramble for that positioning. We're following FW Esports here, and they are on their way into the center of the zone. I'm not sure where they're going to pull up. It kind of looked like they were heading in the direction of at least one of those Buildup 2-2 splits, but may just decide to hold up somewhere on the hill here. Roy having to move as well. ISG pretty close by to them, so you've got to be careful on these rotates. Everybody's moving, everybody's running into one another. But it actually looks like not too much craziness has occurred here. No,
yeah, I had a quick look at the old days, and none of the teams that finished last had a start like this. Like, this is just really, really bad.
That's a first for everything.
All game is good spot. Expecting them to, again, it's like, can they have an average game? That's kind of what it's strange to say, but it's kind of what I want to see from all gamers. Can they have an average game? Because their best has been absolutely sensational, but no one's anticipating them to play at their very best every single match. And then their worst has come out a couple of times, but they have never really kind of walked away with just a solid sort of like 10-point game, 9-point game, where, you know, you get sixth with a couple of kills or something like that. Canaxi is in the scope of Scappy. And like, you know, we talk about these point deficits at the top four, and the funny thing is, sometimes you forget that, like, if TDT go and win this game and they get like a 15 kill win, Jordan, they're probably in almost the top four. At least it becomes the top 5. So it can change really quickly. It's the beauty of it. And I really don't hope that happens. I hope it changes quickly and we can get a couple of teams to join that top 4, make it a top 5, top 6 at the very least. But those top 4 teams have been good in both areas. Placement points, kill points, they're dominating, they're getting wins. 4 of the 8 wins have come from Roy and All Gamers, 1 from Team Flash. Buram, the only team in the top 4 that hasn't won. The other winners round out the entire top 7, TDT, E-Arena, and Armory. So again, it's almost top heavy in terms of wins, deep placement points. That's why you're seeing the same teams making top 8 in a lot of these games. A lot of the placement points being soaked up by those top teams gives them more ample opportunities to then get kill points, have big games, extend their lead. Big circle shift goes back out west after the eastern shift, right on top of All Gamers. So they're set up now. These are the games that they've been dominating. They make the most of these kind of circles. Buram will recall that 2-2 split, group up just a little bit to the eastern part of this zone. Cerberus will wrap in on the north side, where you've got 4 crazy rapids. Sharper and Flash, I imagine, will come to a bit of a head-on. It's that south side that scares me, though, Jordan. If you're around that south side of the circle, E-Arena, Daredevils, FW, Forest, Alter Ego, Roy, maybe even then ISG, that's a lot of teams trying to push out across a road into open terrain, only really trees for cover, maybe some rocks in your vehicles. It's not a great feeling.
Yeah, hasn't exactly been an outrageous early game, so we've still got a lot of players, a lot of teams up in this current circle, so we expected to maybe lose a few more earlier on, but All Gamers have run into E-Arena. Destroy, you're going to get that knock on a Jacob. Oh, Norrens is going to go down as well. Hang on, this might turn back on its head. All Gamers, no way! E-Arena are going to get deleted. They got the opening knock or 2, and then,
well, they sent
Destroy just kind of destroyed them.
Coming out of Buksan, E-Arena just sent it past a couple of teams, walked straight into All Gamers. They got a bit of help from a third party, but it wasn't enough. And you're right, they did get an early knock in that exchange. Roy Esports just wiped out, annihilated indeed by Forest Natural Gaming. FW also wiped out. So 3 teams gone in the span of 30 seconds, just like that. Essentially, there is your space that has now been created for this Phase 3 circle. It's a very open area, and that's the reason why we're seeing so many more confrontations at this point. Only the 15-minute mark. You can have Miramar games, Jordan, that reach the 18-minute mark, and there's still 64 alive. We're down to 40. It's the beautiful nature of Tago. It's why it's definitely up there as probably my second favorite map, to be honest, only behind Erangel. But All Gamers did quite well. They got crashed on by E-Arena. They got the initial knock. E-Arena got one back, and then behind them was Sharper, starting to kind of third party, but from a distance, never really pushing. So they had a lot of pressure on them all of a sudden out of nowhere and handled it really well. And there's a reason why they're in first right now, because they're winning those kind of fights. Not to be rude, poor old Zanshin are copying it right now, but if they were in All Gamers' position, they get wiped there. They just die. So that's the skill level difference, even though you could say, oh, they're getting fed spread their center of the zone, you're still going to win those kind of fights, and they've done that really convincingly.
Hey, you can only beat the teams in front of you. You can only take the circles that are given to you. You got to convert on them. But this is an interesting turn of events, isn't it now? Because all gamers looking a little bit worse for wear. Team Flash going to be seeing that and thinking, hang on, here's our chance to get back up into top spot. Buildup as well have been playing pretty well so far tonight. Nothing amazing, nothing standout, but that 2-2 split, it was a really good choice for them. It allowed them in that northern shift to just have an easy focal point to lock in on. Next shift here into phase 4 hasn't exactly favored them necessarily, but they do have a playable position to work from. So I'm looking at Team Flash, I'm looking at Buildup, I'm looking at TDT to see if they can manage anything out of this game and get us back into a bit more of a top 5, top 6 kind of a discussion rather than, yeah, all gamers is just going to run away with things. And Team Flash are going to move quickly after that zone shift as they move into the compound that Sharper have set up in. Now, it was a little bit of a split from Sharper. They don't have all of their forces down on that low ground position, but close enough to be able to have some kind of an impact. And honestly, at this point for Sharper, it might be better to just not take this fight, because this isn't even inside of the next zone. So you don't want to be overcommitted to this one. You don't want to be getting stuck into a long drawn-out battle. Team Flash are really just using this as a staging point to go further forward, but they might be getting some points out of it on their way through. K-Sama has been able to knock Earth. And Jedi here from Sharper Esports alongside Thunders, trying to cower in this little warehouse. Hungvo ditch on the outskirts. It's actually not looking good for Sharper.
Or Benek. Okay, big win for Thunders, and he got Long X as well behind him. A little double.
That's
just what they absolutely needed. And Hungvo ditch down to 5 HP, looking for the seat swap, and that vehicle about to explode. It wouldn't have mattered. And he stayed in the vehicle, it was going to blow up anyway. Big knock from Jedi, and this is a huge turnaround for Sharper.
Oh my God.
And they get all 4 of them even as just the duo. Huge wipe for Sharper Esports against Team Flash Jordan as well. A team in the top 4. It goes a long way in the grand scheme of things. Those are the fights that you need to be winning if you're going to climb back up the rankings. And you can at least take them out. Lower their kill points, lower the placement points. They get none this game, Team Flash. So that's massive for Sharper as a duo to make the most of a rather awkward situation.
Yeah, that's just a straight up 2v4. That's a real mishap for Team Flash. And if they want to be the team that walks away in first place or walks away with the top 4, they've got to be doing better than that. Obviously, they have a little bit of a buffer zone over some of those other teams that are sitting in sort of 5th to 8th and whatnot, but it's not going to last long. If that's how they're going to be giving up situations, they'll be disappointed by that one. All gamers, on the other hand, are, even though down to a duo, still getting some points. Destroy up to 3 now. He's got a Panzerfaust, so if anyone decides to try and crash his position, they might be getting a bit of a rude awakening, and that may be what's awaiting FCR if they decide to push their way in. We'll see what this next zone shift is going to do. Where that pool's going to come through, it's going to continue to go south. This is TDT's game. They need a big game here. They are currently the team that is sitting in 5th place. They are 21 points behind Roy in 4th. But a huge opportunity on offer for them to get back into a top 5 discussion. We change it from a top 4 to a top 5 discussion if they can pull something off in this game.
I mean, I'm not expecting much more from the duo. Job done. You got an extra 4 kill points. Now you're in a end game scenario as a duo. Open fields, circle pop away from you. You have to rotate. All gamers have moved away from Sharper. That might allow them to push up a little bit. And it's this northern part of the circle as we've kind of just panned over. You can see all the player tags, all the players in this vicinity. The most congested part of the game right now. And none of this is in the circle. Blue's going to start moving in 5 seconds time. So you can't really stay and fight. You got to move and fight now. And even though Edie is knocked and Can got taken down, Riz and Dynasty still in a good spot to maybe gatekeep the blue against Armory Gaming. Opon's in the blue right now, and UNQ as well. And there goes Cerberus, wiped out by 4 crazy rabbits, and Upchin also getting one as well. Riz takes a nade to the face, does get a tag on the UNQ, and a headshot as well. Good peeking from the rock, finds himself the kill, down to 6 HP. Will he have time to get this first aid kit off though? The blue starting to take over his position, and seems like he was able to just get it off in time. Birem Still no kill, though. That must have got stolen at the last second. Until you go with the 2 kills, and they got the western side of the phase 5 circle. AWM on the moving UAS as Edie did go down to the blue from where we panned away from BRM earlier before. Jedi's found another kill for Sharper. And they got themselves into the top 8 as well, and it's turned into a rather decent game. Despite losing the 2 players earlier, the 2 that have remained alive have made the most of it. And there's another one, a bleed-out kill for Jedi onto Lamboe. As 4 Crazy Rabbits will depart in 8th, and Alter Ego have now got eyes on that duo of Sharper.
Yeah, it could be a decent game being put together here for Alter Ego as well, who are pretty in desperate need of some points as well. Goni from ISG is going to go down to the zone. There's a few more of those ISG players that will be following suit, I dare say. TDT have lost Van Nye for a second here. Can't quite see exactly where he is, if he's going to get rezzed or not. Hopefully he's going to be rezzed. It should be. It looks like all 4 players from TDT in the same compound, so I think they're going to be okay, but a couple of other teams I can't necessarily say the same for, and this is getting a little bit messy for TDT. Every time they take a peek, there's multiple teams that are looking at them. Look back over towards Sharper for a second here, because Forest Natural Gaming are also starting to make a little bit of a run in today. They're doing much better than yesterday, and there's another knock for them, this time onto Thunders. That will be very unlikely to be picked up here. It's just Sharper down as a duo, and Jedi is looking a little worse for wear. He's also maybe got to be a little aware of someone from ISG out there in the blue. Sharper's done. Top 4 secured for Forest Natural Gaming, TDT, Alter Ego, all those teams on the chase. Very happy with the proceedings, but maybe not super happy to see All Gamers in there with them. And this is the game that you would think is going to start to put All Gamers a little bit out of reach even of the rest of the top 4 pack, because they should have been knocked out earlier. They were a duo, they were center circle, it was looking messy for them. But not only have they managed to maintain those 2 players up into the top 4, but they've also been getting a kill point or 2 on their way through. And the rest of their main competition inside that top 4 has already made early exits. So this is about the middle of the pack catching up and the tippy top of the pack starting to run away.
Yeah, 100%. And this is probably that quote-unquote average game that I said before for All Gamers. You know, they've only got the 2 players. You're not winning this game with 3 teams of 4 still up. Couple of kills, top 4. You know, this is just keeping that points tally ticking over rather than then having to rely on super massive pop-off games to get your average points up. This is a really good game for All Gamers. And there's Jun just peppering away at Kiss, who's honestly ducking those shots rather nicely. Headshot onto Raven. Sorry, onto Baron. Hard to actually say who's going to win this game, though, based on the circle. I mean, you know, Forest Natural Gaming are closest. They got 4 up. They're kind of split at the moment. Clearly, from the POV of TDT, they're able to see quite a lot over towards the other side of that road, but they themselves need to cross the road. And Agba with the knock onto Ascalesia, followed up then by that flush, even though it's stolen by Van Nye. That now puts Forest down to 3 players. So, yes, they got center position. But look how open this terrain is. 8 kills for Forest Natural Gaming. But now down in a 2-1 split, you probably have to keep Baron back over at the edge. Alter Ego are controlling this entire western side of the zone. But TDT also still need to push out. They need to still make their move. There's actually every chance the duo of All Gamers can win this game. Not saying they will win it, Jordan, but they're not out of it, even as a duo here, because they've got really good positioning.
Definitely not out of it. I think it might be Alter Ego, yeah. I mean, this is starting to look a little scary for Forest Natural. They try to get Baron and Esquilusia into the center there with Kiss and Scappy, and it doesn't work out for them. So they're now down to a duo, and I think their position is pretty tenuous when TDT ultimately have to move out of their compound. Trick's also got the Orm in hand, so he's putting in a bit of work with that. I think this ridge that Alter Ego have got is looking really, really nice at this point in the game. We'll see whether or not the next circle shift is going to do them dirty. It doesn't look like it actually has. It's kind of pulled over Seymour, and yes, that is going to mean a couple of these Alter Ego members are going to have to move, but there is a ridge here in front of Seymour. You can see that they might be able to play that is probably going to keep them safe from TDT and Forest Natural, and I think even to an extent All Gamers as well. So I think this might be Alter Ego's game to lose now, the way things are starting to look.
And No guarantees though. Things can change rather quickly. All it takes is one knock and suddenly you're down to 3, maybe then out of position. Good smokes clearing up the road so that TDT can kind of make that cross, get into a better position. Mortar strikes going out. Van Nye got taken very, very low. Right at the rock now is Kiz. How is he even able to play this though? Alter Ego right at his back. If they can get a peek over position, he should be dead pretty quickly. And Scappy going to get knocked down by the nade of Jun, looking to then send a second one over to get the flush. And to be fair, there are smokes up. Another one going to be thrown onto the body of Scappy. Blizzo nade to clear out the smokes here for Van Nye, but Kiz is very much right there and waiting. Surely he's getting shot in the back right now by Egba and Alter Ego. He did get the knockdown onto Van Nye. Jun actually was the one who got the kill onto Kiz, and with his nade, takes out his teammate in Van Nye. So down to 2 now for TDT. Don't forget about All Gamers Global, Jordan. They've still got 2 up themselves. They're into the top 3 now. Can they find a way to catch someone like Trick? If you look in that minimap, he's the one watching that north side push. He knows that All Gamers are up north because they're shooting towards Jun at the road. So All Gamers have given their position away. Their position is known well and truly. AWM, plenty of bullets left, and Trick is just making sure that All Gamers can't push out much more.
Seymour hunting for some heads. He doesn't even need the headshots. Are you going to go down straight away? I mean, Alter Ego are in such a dominant position now that if they find a way to lose this, I am going to be shook. Destroy will go down to a grenade. All Gamers suffering at the hands of Alter Ego as well. This could be another 4 or 5 points on offer for them, plus obviously the extra placements that they're going to get out of taking a top spot. Haisaki probably doesn't even want to be trying to go for the res at this point because there could be any number of grenades headed in the direction of Destroy at this stage. He's going to toss some back and try and chance it. He knows that the only way that they're going to get a higher placement is if they are back to a duo, but yeah, it's really looking rough. Circle shift, again, favorable for Alter Ego, just kind of going back in onto their position. They control center as it is. So it's going to be hard for it not to be, and that will be the end of TDT. So All Gamers do manage to take themselves into a top 2. And it looks like they're going to try to fight for this. They recognize that Trick is actually out on a bit of an island here. He is a little bit isolated, so there might have been a world had that cross come through from Haisaki, but Seymour Overwatch is going to get himself another knock. And it looks like it is going to be all done and dusted. Has to be said, though, man, a top 2 for All Gamers out of this game, even if it's not a massive top 2, is a really, really stable result. And again, just going to show that they are on a bit of a different level when it comes to this lobby. In saying that, though, 10-kill win for Alter Ego, followed up, obviously, on that game that they had previously, the top 2 on Miramar. And Alter Ego are going to start to really go climbing up that ladder in a dramatic fashion over these last couple of games.
Yeah, they had 23 points yesterday, Jordan, in 6 matches. They just got 20 in that 1 match alone. So it goes to show in PUBG, you can kind of grind, get very little reward, and then one big game, and suddenly you can get the majority of your points. They started really well tonight as well, and if you were to have essentially a night 2 leaderboard ranking, Alter Ego would, I think, pretty certainly be in a top 4 position. It doesn't work like that, obviously, but you're right, they're climbing up very nicely in terms of the overall leaderboard. That win puts them very much not in top 4. They're still going to have a deficit to catch up on, but it puts them back into a position where they've got enough games now that if they keep playing to this kind of level, they can certainly have a really, really big run, and that's what all of those teams towards the middle portion of the leaderboard need to do. Short break, Jordan, though. We are pretty much past the halfway mark now, so we're going to have a little quick one, and when we come back, we head over to Erangel.
2, 1, go.
Well, I went a little bit early before the break, Jordan. I said Aaron Gull. I was wrong. It's Rondo, of course, coming up next. We had a little halftime break, and as we head into said halftime, it means that we are also halfway through the entire tournament, and we can get a bit of an idea in terms of, extrapolating some of the data and having a look at see where teams sit, through 9 matches now played, 9 to go, and it's pretty much shaping up that you're going to need, roughly around the 140-point mark apparently now for the top 4. All Gamers, another decent performance from them, finally able to just have, a solid sort of middle kind of game, finish second, couple kills. You take that as duo. Team Flash 76, Bill Ram 73, and Roy 72. Before the game had played out, though, they were all pretty much around the same kind of margin. Roy only picked up 1 point. Flash were only able to pick up 4 points, and Bill Ram the single point as well. So what that has meant is at the very least, TDT, Alter Ego now as well has joined the pack, but that pack below the top 4 now, they've been able to just kind of chip away at it, which is what I was saying going into Tago.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're in a point now where it's actually kind of interesting to start talking about overall results from today. And Alter Ego, top 2 for today. It's all gamers at the top, 37 points total. Alter Ego 33, Roy 31, and Forest Natural 28. So Alter Ego, Roy, and Forest Natural, 3 teams that are still kind of like jostling for position on the overall leaderboard. It's kind of cool to see all 3 of them having decent days. But the problem, obviously, is that all gamers have had a game or day here where they're at the top of the pack. Yesterday they were second or first. They were first after the end of yesterday as well, right? So they've had 2 days so far where they've been at the top. So that is really starting to like balloon out a little bit in terms of I don't know that they're going to be falling out of, certainly not a top 4 at this point, but even top 1, the way that they're looking, they are looking just eye test wise even a little bit better than most teams just in the fragging department and the decision making as well. So they're in a really good spot, but yeah, it's actually starting to get a little bit more interesting towards the middle of the pack. All we need now is like one more decent game here from Alter Ego or Forest Natural, for example, who have been having good days. And then we're kind of back to where we were at the start of today where, yeah, there was like a bit more of a 7 or 8 teams in the discussion. But we'll head into Rondo and see how things are going to play out here. As once again, all those teams drop in onto the map. There wasn't any crazy contests over Rondo yesterday, so not expecting there to really be much going on here early on in the game again. Buram going to get themselves nicely set up with a couple of vehicles early on in the piece up there by Bailey. And a quick cursory glance at the map feed here would indicate to me that, yeah, it's probably going to be once again a little bit of a slower start to Rondo as we have become accustomed to over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at some of the number stats as well. We just saw very briefly Biram. It's Riz who has got the most kills so far through 9 matches, tied with Himas from All Gamers. So that's a really good sign for Biram and for All Gamers, 2 players that are performing exceptionally well. Really, the intriguing one for me is actually the players that are probably not in the top 4 right now. So you got, that's a Palui, who's got 17 kills for Sharper, and Trick now for Alter Ego, 16 kills. So 2 teams, of course, that are not inside of the, the current top 4, that at least they've got some decent performers when it comes to, getting those kills and some of the damage numbers as well. Jun for TDT doing very, very well for damage, not necessarily though translating his damage to kills. He's got 3,023 damage so far, which that's for second. And number 1 is Riz with 3,889. 299 damage. So he's got a whopping 800 damage extra over second place to go alongside with his 20 kills. So at least he's also converting in that particular instance. Damage numbers overall, actually, Alter Ego is the one to watch, Jordan. Of course, they had a very, very good game. And I think that what they've been able to do so far tonight has been really good to see. A team that on night one was 23 points, a really average night, 6 kills and a 4th place was their game 1, and it was their best game, and then everything after that was really, really average, and they weren't picking up points. They go and get tonight at the very least. I know that the first game tonight, which is kind of crazy, that they finished dead last, 0 kills in game 1 on Miramar. Then they followed up with a 3rd and 8 kills and a 1st and 10 kills. So even despite being where they were at, which was 23 points through 7 games, they're now on 56 through 9, essentially more than doubling their points in just 2 games, which has got to give hope for your Cerberuses of the world, your FWs, your Armory Gamings, how quick you can turn around your tournament in just a matter of a couple of games. And I think now with 3 games to go tonight, Rondo followed by the 2 Erangel games, that has to be now something that really E-Arena, Armory, Cerberus, FW, those kind of things, they really need similar performances to what we've seen from Alter Ego if they're going to have any chance going into the final night. And for Alter Ego now, there's still a gap. Like, they're not by any means, back in the front runners pack. They're still 16 points behind Roy, but they've now shown us, Jordan, they can get those 16 points in one game. So that's the quality they've got on that roster now.
Yeah, most definitely. Bit of a jog happening here for Man. This is Elfish Guy POV in a few hours. I'm going to go for a jog later tonight. Looking forward to that one. He's certainly running a bit quicker than I would. Interested to see what Sharp is up to on this bridge, by the way, because I think they've spotted Runax from ISG dropping solo somewhere far to the south. And they're just wondering if maybe he's going to come over this bridge, or maybe ISG are going to rotate to his position and join him and come over this bridge. So it looks like they're sort of setting up a preliminary bridge camp. They're not super committed to it just yet. Jedi's over still in Rinjiang doing some looting, but it actually looks like it's going to be a good call from Sharper here to set up at this bridge. And they're a team that I think kind of does need to go for this kind of a play. Like, bridge camping is not exactly the most risky of strategies, but it does mean that you're putting yourself into an engagement earlier on in the game than you ordinarily would. It might slow you down on a rotate for the potential chance to get a couple of points. But I think they do need to be kind of like taking this quote-unquote risk, right? They need to get some points on the board. They're sitting down, somewhere in the middle of the pack, and so they need to start thinking about ways to grab an extra 2 or 3 points a game that could potentially boost them up. So I actually like this as a decision from Sharper. I'm keen to see how it works out, and the way things are going right now, it actually looks like they are going to get at least something out of this, maybe a kill point or 2, because it definitely seems as though ISG are going to be wanting to go over this bridge. It's just whether or not Sharper hangs around long enough.
Sharper need points, they need kills, and if ISG are going to be, in the vicinity, those are the points that you can really pick up that's going to help your campaign. Early death here for Flash, who started tonight in versus Jordan. They got that massive 13-kill win to close out the opening night. That got them up to 62 points. So far tonight, they've picked up 14 points through 3 games, which is not awful. Means they're on track for about a 30-point night, which, as we know statistically, is probably just below. There's the bridge camp, and there's the double kill. 2 were able to make their way through, but a quick shot into Feven, and he will then fall. Very valuable points for Sharper Esports. No disrespect to ISG, but they're out of this one. They're not in this race anymore. They're fodder. They are the krill for the big whales to eat up, and Sharper have been able to collect some very handy points.
Yeah, very solid stuff. Now where they go is still a bit of a conversation point, because that has obviously slowed their rotation down a little bit. And it's just Mr. Runax left alive for ISG. So he's going to try and convert this one as a solo. It's a bit of a lonely world, unfortunately, for the Japanese team in this lobby, but now lonely for Runax as an individual player as well. Either way, FW Esports set up fairly centrally here. Where is the other couple of fellas? Okay, it's a bit of a 2-2 split, not a super wide 2-2 split. You can See Canaxi and Banana One just down the hill here from FW Esports. So just going to try and hedge their bets a little bit with a bit of a north-south split. Or is it a 2-1-1? It's a 2-1-1 actually. Banana One is out to the west a little further from that position that we did just see. So just trying to cover a fair bit of territory here early on, FW Esports. And again, that is a bit of a risk, but probably a risk worth taking at the moment, considering FW are one of the first movers. They are also in a position, again, on the standing, similar to Sharper Esports, where they kind of have to make some greedier plays to try to take a better position, get some more points on the board early on in the piece, something like that. So they've got to be taking some risks if they want to be making top 4 now in this EWC qualifier, I'd say.
Well, having a look at the zone here, I mean, it's only phase 1, but you get a little bit of an idea as to how things are shaping up. And TDT, E-Arena, FW kind of controlling the center point of this current circle. So teams that are not inside of the top 4, which is good to see. Alter Ego are actually kind of wrapping through Rinjiang, which is the same vicinity as Sharper. They're going to be coming in quite late, both of those two teams. Not necessarily meaning they're going to collide. Sharper's quite a bit ahead and will head into the zone first. But for the team that won the last game, it's going to be a late wrap, rotate in towards this zone for phase 1. They'll probably get here as it's really phase 2. Armory Gaming able to scout out with the glider, courtesy of Shanks. This is very much up towards the northern part of the zone. It's quite away from the congregation towards the middle. I was kind of just touching on Team Flash before, Jordan, though. I haven't got massive concerns, but do kind of feel like they're just starting to teeter a little bit, going from a team that has shown really, really good quality PUBG to a team that's now starting to just middle out a little bit. By no means are they locked in or safe in that top 4 as ISG feed one last kill over, this time to the Daredevils, and Hoang will collect. And while all gamers might just feed on Zanshin any moment now as well, with Ken's knocked down by Himas. It's a rotating Zanshin, and Himas was able to catch one. The others were able to make their way more towards the center. Just keeping my eye on Flash. I kind of feel like they're starting to just slip a little bit.
Yeah, no, I agree. Today's not been phenomenal. Where are they at? 14 points for the day after 3 games. So it's not as if they haven't gotten something, but I think the biggest issue for Flash today has been only the 3 placement points. They haven't really had any success in terms of getting deep into games. They've been fragging okay, actually, but just getting deep into matches has been a little bit of a problem. This one might be a little bit of a better opportunity for them, though, just having seen that zone shift. And again, another kind of interesting shift, similar to the one we saw on Tego, where teams were like hedging their bets a little bit more west, and then the zones pulled out to the east. Obviously, there's some water involved in this one as well. So Team Flash, if they're going to be your focal point here, Xenox have actually set themselves up, luckily, with a pretty good initial setup here. Now, whether or not that's going to end up playing out, oh, they might lose a player. Get out of here. The next got a position that he can go to, because Team Flash did have a 2-on split. So he'll be okay, it looks like. And Team Flash really needs to lock in. They need to make sure this game's going to be a good one for them if they want to keep themselves in the running for a top 4.
That's a big shift, and yeah, it just changes the nature of this game again so much. It feels like it's been a tournament that has seen so many of these hard shifts. You've just got to be ready for it. And also a circle like this, phase 2 pop, water on the western side of Jadina City, very much taking up a lot of space. 30% of this zone pretty much unplayable. Limits your ability to find good, comfortable space to kind of branch out, get information. So you're a little bit more, grouped up as 4, holding certain positions. You see Roy there, they're a little bit more spread, but they're not anywhere near center point of the zone. They're more towards the edge. Alter Ego have just non-stop been on the rotate. Actually close by now to all gamers on the south side of the zone. Everyone up north now inside of the circle. There's decent real estate, though, in this zone. It looks like it's going to be kind of mini POIs. You're going to have shacks. You're going to have lots of tree line cover. So there is space in this zone. All game is actually split a little bit here, 2-2 split. Hisaki Destroy go in on the north side, and it looks like they won't actually end up converging in towards Alter Ego. They're going a bit more to the south. Roy just going to hold the fields with their split, take space. Minute till phase 3. I think things look rather set right now. As I'm looking at the map feed, I don't really see any collision courses happening in the next minute. Everyone around the center is pretty much just now standing still, firing long-range shots. Armory Gaming not wanting to fully commit. They're going to just stay very much up north. Man getting some good information with the glider.
It's just so relaxing, you know? I feel like being in a glider, it kind of takes you out of the debacle that's happening on the ground.
It's such a big
believe this is like a peaceful
utility.
game.
It's really, really important to be able to have this kind of information. Like, bam, you just spotted Setsuna.
Boom. Yep.
So easy to just target that and be like, ping, you know, okay, there's one there, and, you know, here's safe, here's not safe, this is where we can push. It's massive to have. And Setsuna then is immediately knocked down by Alter Ego, courtesy of the, well, what is essentially been turned into a UAV, Jordan.
The eyes in the sky. Aerial power.
Oh, big northern shift. Again, more moving. So it's another massive shift.
That's a nasty
up
shift,
north.
by the way.
Great for Armory Gaming. And again, if you look at the right side of this circle, it's just pretty much unplayable. It's not going to finish there. So a lot of this zone right now for phase 3 is not where you want to be. There's a lot of water. The western side of the water is where you want to be, but it's a more open terrain area. There's a couple of little buildings. Everyone wants to move quick, early, try and get the best spot before it's all taken, rather than pushing in late in this open areas coming out of Danqing. This is a fascinating circle. Super fun for us. I wouldn't want to be a player in this kind of game.
No, not unless I'm someone that's already made a pretty early rotate. Some of those teams are looking at that and thinking, let's go. This is our game. Buriram may be one of them. Team Flash still pretty happy with the position that they found themselves in, and like you said, AG were in a decent spot, but they were kind of fighting up north, so they've ended up dissipating back over to the eastern island there, and that could end up being a bit of a problem later on down the track. Roy taken out in 15th place, so they are our 4th place overall team. And that is going to, again, give the opportunity for someone like a TDT, Alter Ego, Forest Natural to kind of pick some points up here and get back into a top 4 placing. Kills coming through, or knocks at least over onto Savage Men. All Gamers Global moving their way around the pack there too. Where are they going to end up pulling up? I mean, if they go onto the beach here, they're actually going to be in a rough spot. AG, Armory Gaming are on the other side, and so I don't think the beach is going to end up being safe. Shanks is even in the sky, man. Now, Armory have this entire island that you can see in front of you. It's like in the Lion King. Everything you can see is yours. That's beautiful. That's really poetic. But for how long?
Yeah, well, my concern though for Armory is they're overcommitting to the other side of the river. Oh, man's got a problem here. The engine's going down. Man down, man down. Mayday, mayday. he's overcooked it. Fortunately, kind of crash landing where the rest of Alter Ego is going to be rotating anyway, and they're going to have vehicles, so he'll be fine as long as he actually can land safely. But I feel like Armory Gaming have just cooked themselves. I'm very surprised that they've gone over to this other side of the river. It's really, really surprising. It's almost like it's free, it's open. This is almost like so great that we have to take it, right? No, like there's a reason why it's free and open, guys. And Shanks has got a knock here. That's on the other side of the river, the main side, the side that you want to be on to Tycon. And like you almost want to cross over it. It's like, well, why didn't you just go there in the first place? If this goes to their side, they'll be okay. It was pretty much impossible.
I don't think it would be possible at all, to be honest. Because
that's why I'm so surprised they've made this play.
Well, I think they wanted to play that northern side. It's just that there was too many teams up there that they decided, okay, it's not really worth it for us.
Well, one of the first teams there.
No, I understand that. I'm not. I get it, but like they were getting contested, and they thought maybe this is better to just kind of play in for a little bit of a late rotate coming through from the west. But that's a conversation for another day. As FCR find themselves in a bit of a back and forth once again, sort of shotgun here for Neb. He's going to have to get some use out of it. First aid kit coming through. He hears Trick. And an EC streak as well, but he doesn't need to do anything about it because EPOD is in there. Minvo as well. The cavalry arrives for the 4 Crazy Rabbits, who will remain 4 for now. Alter Ego aren't able to put together a 3rd strong game. This one is going to be a little bit tougher. I think they're just down to Man now, who was left out on the outskirts of this engagement, and he's got his running shoes on. But they didn't last for very long. So that is 4 Crazy Rabbits eliminating Alter Ego in 14th place.
Yeah, it's a rough one off the back of that win, and it just kind of undoes a lot of the work that you've done so far tonight to catch up, and then immediately you just kind of have a bit of a nothing game. It happens. You kind of 2 games of Erangel to kind of keep the pace going, but it goes to show this is the problem with playing catch-up PUBG is you have to be so good so often, and it's just not feasible. Even for the best of teams, you're never going to see the best always just, you know, be perfect. Well, Shanks has had this glider for a while. Armory Gaming can still make the most of this because they got 4 players up. All gamers are kind of pushed away from the river. 3 kills for Sharper, though. They've been pretty good tonight. Shank's gone for the seat swap from the air. AC 130 inbound. And he's found the knock on to Leo. Mortar strike onto Canaxi from Scappy. It's all happening everywhere. He's providing some really good cover fire from the air. But there's also the possibility you get shot out of the glider. And that's man down. As Shanks is going to be eliminated by Dynasty.
Yeah, where is Boo? And that was from downtown.
It's just a low. It's a low effort game from Armory Gaming. They wanted to try and take the easy route, avoid conflict, but you got to stand ground. Play the north side of the circle. Who cares if teams are going to be pushing into you? You got to fight those. You got to play the better position. You wasted so much time on the other side of the river doing nothing, gliding. It's a very disappointing game for Armory Gaming, and the reason why at this point I don't think that team can make top 4. If they're playing like that, they're not playing good PUBG. You're not getting top 4. It's fun to watch. Don't get me wrong, it's fun to watch, and I think it's awesome that you got a man just shooting from a glider, and it's awesome entertainment, but it's not going to win you games in PUBG. And certainly not when you're super far behind on the overall leaderboard now for Armory Gaming. Like, yeah, they're only in 7th. No, they're not even in 7th. I'm looking at the stats. I'm not even looking at the rankings right now. They're in 10th, 47 points. You're going to be looking at a 30-plus point gap, 2 games to go tonight. Like, it's really starting to stretch out into the realms of quite unlikely to happen as Forest Natural Gaming get eliminated. Himas knocked down by Opons.
Yeah, that's
still have 2 players up, and Himas got caught on the late rotate. So it's going to be a pretty low point game here for All Gamers Global.
Yeah, but similarly, also teams that are trying to catch up, like Forest Natural, Alter Ego, kind of low point game from those 2.
Armory as well.
So just unfortunately, not really going to shift the needle too much in terms of the overall standings. E-Arena, maybe this could be a game for them, but it's a pretty rough position to play for. They've got Lyrics and Zizzy out onto the far western flank, and you've got Norans and Jacob who have tried to push in and take some space.
Big from Sharper.
This is a busy zone, though, and I don't know that they're going to get through this.
Sharper and Buriram are going to benefit a lot here. They're positioned really well. Buriram playing far more out to the east. They know there's a lot of teams out west. You play your compound. Sharper playing on the south side. They had a compound that was in phase 4, no longer in for phase 5. You can see there on the map. So those 2 teams really well positioned, well primed for a decent run towards the late game here in this match. Credit to those 2 teams. TDT really just going to be sticking the fat out in their building. Shawan just as a rank solo trying to get a point tonight for Zanshin. They have not picked up a single point so far tonight, Jordan, for Zanshin. It's been 15th, 10th, and 16th. No kills. I don't know if they got any kills in this game, but Juan is still alive. It's Armory Gaming. It's been a funny old game for them. The Juan does get eliminated. I didn't get to see if they had a kill or not, but another game without a placement point for Zanshin. Armory do also get taken out, I think, with just the 2 kills, so nothing from them really this game. Too many shenanigans and bad positioning. All Gamers Global trying to just get into the top 8. Destroy just needs to hold on. There is some wall fighting over at the other building. 4 crazy rabbits with E-Arena, who's got a rabbit as a logo, and then Flash above them. Destroy just has to hold out, and he may still be able to get top 8 for All Gamers. He's out in the open, and Bidak is going to put an end to him. So no placement points, only 3 kills for All Gamers Global. So again, And not exactly able to pick up a huge amount of points for the team in first, and 4 Crazy Rabbits then fall subsequently afterwards. And we head into the final 7 teams, which again, I think it's still shaping up for Buildup and Sharper, those two in the best positions.
Well, Lon here from Savage Men might be about to put some pain, some hurt in onto E Arena as he pushes forward onto Nuran's position. M249 in tow. He won't get more than just the one, so decent trade out there from Jacob. In fact, Jacob's got himself a double. Might be looking for a third there as well, as Upchen and Savior are cowering behind their car fort. Shots through again from Jacob. Is he the last man standing here for E Arena? I think he is. I think it's just E Arena's Nuran's and Jacob. So Jacob's got to try and get this one done. At least he secures another kill point there onto Leo and Lun. Another 2, in fact. So that is something. But it's not the game that E Arena wants nor needs. They need a bigger one. And like I was saying, this is going to be a tough spot to play from. And it's ended up being so. Isama looking for the last vestiges of Savage Men. Can't see the player behind the carport. And eventually will be made aware of his presence, but it's too little too late for him at least. Team Flash out in 7th place. Cerberus, perhaps, to join the conversation. Savage Men done in 6th. But Jacob and Nurans have been given a moment of respite here, and so they have been able to get that revive. Back up to 2. Not that that necessarily helps them a whole lot, because this zone shift is still going to be problematic for them.
And it's an ending of the middle of the pack teams outside of Buildup. Buildup benefiting a lot from a lot of that carnage and chaos, sitting in 3rd overall on the leaderboard. Only got the 3 players alive, but still good position. But it's, yeah, your Cerberuses, your E Arenas, your TDTs, and your Sharpers, Jordan. Those are the teams that we want to see do well to keep in touch with the top 4. So big games for them going into the Erangel matches to follow. You know, nothing really gained for all gamers. Flash did okay. I don't think Roy got a lot from this match, so it's going to be really intriguing to see how things shape up after this game and who can benefit the most from this endgame scenario. Sharper's got a couple of kills, Cerberus has got a couple of kills. We haven't seen a whole lot of TDT. Buildup might have a good spot, but also only the 3 players. This is a wide open finish, except I would probably put E Arena at the bottom of the 5-team pile, just purely on the fact that they're down to a duo, not the greatest position. And Dynasty kind of stays looking around this area. He can scout them out as they push in north side of the circle. Van Knight, by the way, is at this position of Cerberus. Sololzi gets completely caught. I'm not too sure what's happening here with these 2 teams. Like, Van Knight is very much just infiltrating Cerberus's position here. Hoang and Zayu need to join up and get into this fray. Cerberus and TDT going at it. 9 kills now for Cerberus, but they did lose Sololzi. Headshot, moving down the hill, but now Sharper have got angles on this position as Exquisite gets the knock on to Van Knight, who tried to make his grand escape from the clutches of Cerberus. Zest is able to also land a tag onto Zayu, which forces him to just peek back behind that building. E Arena, who were trying to make their way on the north side, got spotted and caught by Dynasty and Coat. Janai will get the bleed out onto Jacob, and now we go top 4. It's 3 teams with 3. Sharp has got all 4 players still up. Knock from Simon onto Van Knight.
3 teams in that chase pack as well, still part of this conversation. TDT, Cerberus, Sharper. And I may have spoken too soon because TDT don't look like they're going to be a super solid shot at this one. Van Knight and Huang now both being confirmed. Is going to leave just the 1 member of Zayu. But Sharper, 8 kills, 4 strong, looking pretty good. I don't exactly have the most favorable zone positioning here, though, so things could actually go a little pear-shaped for them. Cerberus will be thinking about this as a potential win angle. They have got a very solid bit of cover to work with here, and they're trying to camp out. Sharper also assuming they'll be keeping an eye on Buram, and probably not worrying too much about Zayu there from TDT for the meanwhile. He's the lesser of the 3 threats. The Cerberus have got a big passage of play here in the next couple of minutes. If they can find a quick knock onto Buram or onto Sharper as they try to make their way into this next zone, then that could really make their job a lot easier going forward to try to close this game out.
This would be absolutely massive for Sharper if they can get a couple more kills, get this win. if you kind of have a bit of a guesstimate, like anything over 20 points, that puts them up to about 72 plus, which would put them pretty close to your Team Flashes and your Roy Esports, and we'd go from easily, Jordan, a top 4 to a top 5 would become the new norm. TDT, of course, still with a player alive as well, top 4. They're picking up some very handy points to kind of keep the positions close. But arguably, Cerberus need this the most, 38 points. So they absolutely need as much as they can gain from this kind of position, this sort of finish. And of course, every team feels as if they need this the most, but Cerberus, based on their points, statistically do need as much as they could possibly gain from this game. 6 kills so far, top 4. It's going to be a good game regardless of how it finishes, but how much can they really get from this? They're on the eastern side, or they're on the western side. They got to get a bit more out to the east. They're playing a hill, which they'll no longer have going into Phase 8 and certainly then into Phase 9. Their best hope is, a Buriram Sharper kind of pop off against each other, and then they can make their move there.
Lynx AMR picked up here for Edie. Saw the damage that could do in the hands of Seamway in the last game. See what Edie's going to be able to pull off here with the 9 shots that he has. Keeping an eye on Sharper, waiting for a good opportunity. It's not really presenting itself just yet. Things are going to slow down again for, another 20 seconds. But once this zone starts to push back in, then everybody forced to move. Every single team is going to have to move, and that is when the chaos is going to start to erupt. So for now, it's just about holding position, hoping that nobody gets knocked. If you get knocked right now, you are not getting picked back up. Not with 3 seconds left on that clock. Smoke's down. And vehicles taken for Cerberus, but that quick move that they tried to make has not worked out. That has blown up in their face. Exquisite and Dynasty putting them down on that initial move, and now it's just Duckmai, that anchor player, to try to salvage anything out of this game. And from what was looking like a position where Cerberus might have even thought we could win this game, they are far from that now. It is all about Buriram and all about Sharper.
And no smokes for Riz, so that's going to make it a little bit more difficult late game. They need the smokes as we get the overhead. You can see how open this is. Smokes for Sharper is certainly going to help them, and that vehicle as well. Although driven straight into a blue zone nade, unnecessary damage for Thunders as Duckmai is going to go down and out. 6 kills for Buriram. And need the smokes, and I'm not seeing enough being thrown out, which indicates to me they don't really have a whole lot. Zayu Gorns are now down here to the final 2 teams in a 3 versus 3, but the smoke's certainly helping Sharper. And there's a Dorito to hide behind as well for Earth. Expecting maybe a push up, but Buriram are continuing to trying to shuffle towards center point here for Phase 9. I think Sharper now are starting to run out of smokes themselves. Big knock onto Edie, Dynasty low, healing behind the bush. They can go for the flash, but you need to make sure that Riz does not get behind or out of that rock and get behind the smoke, which is dissipating anyway. As it will be able to collect the flush, and Sharper in the end, job done for them. Huge win on Rondo, 12 kill win, 22-point performance. They just had an extra ounce of utility to close out an open field finish such as that against Buriram. A really fantastic win for Sharper Esports as they're able to pick up quite a lot of their points that they've got. 52 overall. We'll talk about 22 from just this single game. That's going to get them to 74, Jordan, and we go from a top 4 to a top 5 now because of that result.
Yeah, we're so back. That's what we wanted. That's what we were looking for all along. Unfortunately, teams like TDT maybe couldn't quite go the distance. Alter Ego definitely not. E-Arena, kept it ticking over, but nothing really of note necessarily. Forest Natural also leaving a little bit to be desired. So a few teams in there that maybe we can still hope to see something from in the upcoming couple of games of Erangel, but certainly at least nice to say we've got one more team to join that top 4-5 conversation, and that is something that we're going to be diving into a little bit deeper when we do come back for the break. First though, a short one, and then we've got 2 more games of Erangel. So we'll see you on the other side.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
Big win for Sharper, sees them make their way towards the top end of the standings. Plenty of PUBG still to get through, Jordan. 2 more games tonight, Erangel to come, but certainly a big result for Sharper. Needed that one. Alter Ego, the game before them as well, while they were further back. It's getting these teams more towards the bottom, back involved. Alter Ego were unable to follow it up, but for Sharper, I think they've shown enough throughout this tournament that I could easily see them making top 4 when it's all said and done. It's not a guarantee, nothing is, but certainly I think there's enough to suggest they could fill one of those spots. Because if you kind of look at that top 4 before we kind of played out Rondo, you know, Roy Esports, I don't think they're a lock. They're not a guarantee. They've had good games, and certainly a lot of their best games have come from, you know, maximizing on some of the circle shifts. Team Flash have kind of been there, here or there. They haven't really been as dominant per se as like an all gamers global. Buriram for me and all gamers, they're the two. Like I would say those two are looking pretty comfortable for mine. Again, not locked in, so much PUBG still to go, and it's not like we're talking about big gaps, but I think off general play, those have been the best 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree, though I think I'm probably even still leaning towards Flash, Buriram and Roy all having a little bit of a slower day here. It feels like they've all started to slip a little bit, and those lower teams have started to rise up. I mean, certainly more so in the case of Roy and Flash than Buriram, but I don't think Buriram have necessarily been out of this world today either. So really, I'm kind of on the side of the fence where it feels like all gamers are on a bit of a different level and everyone else is in a little bit of danger. We'll see what Sharper ends up looking like in terms of overall points once the points are updated on the leaderboard, which we're sort of currently still waiting for after that Rondo game. But they should be jumping up into the 70s somewhere, high 70s even potentially off the back of that one. So really, you're looking at teams like TDT. I mean, TDT in particular seems like they've really fallen off the pace, whereas Alter Ego, Forest Natural, and Sharper have all kind of picked up the pace. If I go back and have a look at the Day 2 standings, again, we were touching on it going into that last game. All gamers out in front again, obviously 2 back-to-back days at the top so far. But Alter Ego, Roy, Forest Natural, Buriram, and Sharper are the next 5, which means you're looking at, Flash, and you're thinking, where have they gone? TDT, where have they gone? Those teams really falling down the pack quite significantly. E-Arena and FW Esports have, and Armory, you know, they're all having bad days, actually. So, look, I know we're sort of talking about this a lot, but again, guys, there has been quite a few delays today, so we've got a lot of time to talk about the standings. My main takeaway here is that today we're still just jostling for those positions. You know, I feel like a lot of this is not inconsequential, but this is more of like a staging ground for tomorrow where all of this is really going to start to matter. So it's about trying to get yourself into a position where you actually feel like, first of all, you're in with a shot. If you're not even in with a shot tomorrow, then there's nothing really to be done. But get yourself in with a shot today and then set yourself up for success with a good start tomorrow is probably the way that we want to be seeing things going. And I think there are a few teams that are not upholding that end of the bargain, right? They're not doing enough today to really give us a argument to say tomorrow they're going to be looking good. Like E-Arena, for example, Armory, for example, FW, for example, all coming into today, we had pegged in a position where they could fight for it. But what we've seen from them today is single-digit numbers, and that's just not going to be good enough, unfortunately. So not going to be in a great spot going into tomorrow if that is going to persist. But E-Arena were better at the back end of yesterday, so we'll see what they can do here on Orangles as we eventually do get into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you're running out of chances. We've been kind of saying that, and I think we've been at times here in the APAC quals probably on the harsher side, because in Korea we were so incredibly lenient, and then when we got kind of to the end of the Korean qualifiers, we were like, man, we probably could have been a little bit harsher in terms of cutoffs and teams that probably had a realistic opportunity and a chance. But that was a very different qualifier. I think in the end, Gen G T1, they just soaked up so many of the points, and that's 2 out of the 3 qual spots anyway. That makes it very difficult. Whereas here you got the 4 spots. The only caveat being we've got not really more than 4 teams that are, really jostling for those positions. It's been kind of a proverbial top 4 over the last couple of games now, and only until we got that Sharper win has that now changed a little bit fundamentally. So as we head into these 2 Erangel games, you think, well, what's on the other side of it? Well, it's day 3 tomorrow, 6 games to go. Can you really envision overcoming a gap that's 30 plus points? Probably not. Like unless you're winning games and then the teams at the top are not doing very well, which, it certainly could be a possibility. I think all gamers global have it's nitpicking at the top 4 because you kind of want to see if I'm a team that's not in the top 4, what are my avenues and what are my chances of actually getting in? All Gamers Global have shown they can have big games, but they can also have some pretty bad games. And so that there's still that opportunity when you look at the point gap and you think, okay, what if they have 2 more games where they get 0 points, can we then overcome that deficit? In those 2 games, could we pick up, say, 20 points and they get 0, and then we try and match them in the rest of it? Then there's a world in which you could, keep pace with them. Buildup for me still has been easily the most consistent team in this lobby, so I don't really see them dropping top 4 unless something crazy happens, because you just don't go from playing 12 games straight consecutively with very little bad performances to then suddenly going into day 3 and you pick up like 10 points on the night. It just doesn't really happen, at least not that often. Roy Esports, I'm a little bit concerned about, because I think a lot of the points they've gained have come from, kind of like circle feeds or good positioning early. That's then benefited by circle pops 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. The El Pozo game, they were able to benefit greatly. Then the second game on Miramar as well, when they played out of the main compound and everyone else is out in the open. Like, you benefit from those kind of games, but are they doing enough when they're out of position? I'm not as certain. And for Sharper, well, they've got themselves an intriguing proposition here over towards the mill base. Zanshin, who have
the points
easily been the worst team. Yeah, I mean, you've got to be getting points out of this scenario.
They're going to be looking for him, that's for sure. It was a fairly hefty southern plane path, and that'd be the reason why we've got so many teams now down on Sosnovka Island in that mill base along the coast. Few teams still looking to stretch up to their usual spots. Savage Men going north, Georgia Pole, Armory around Rozok and Watertown, FCR up towards school and apartments and such. But obviously the majority of teams are in sort of the bottom 50% of the map, the bottom southern 50% of the map. And again, we've got that same circle pool that we saw a couple of times in Korea, which is just like out over the sort of the western side of Sosnovka Island, a little bit of the northern island kind of in around Ferry Pier and Primorsk and what have you. But you kind of know that this is a zone that's going to go down to the military base island at some point. And it's just a case of where do you expect that to end up and where are you going to hedge your bets in terms of how far inland do you want to end up. But for Sharper, yeah, like you say, lots of potential positives on offer in this game, in that they've got, I would say, a really favorable phase 1 pool. Like, normally we would talk about phase 1 not really mattering all that much, but this is one of those instances where getting a phase 1 pool probably makes more of a difference than it ordinarily would if it was, just a fairly central standard kind of a circle. This is a dangerous phase 1 pool for a lot of those teams on the northern island, where if you rotate too late, you get bridge camped, or if you come in on an E pickup, people have already set themselves up in the buildings that you want to get to. So this one can actually make a bit more of a difference than your traditional phase 1 pool, I would argue. And we'll see if Sharper can make any positives come from that.
I feel like we've had this circle over Korea and APAC now 4 times.
Yeah.
And it's like the exact same circle where you don't even get the fun of mainland split, Sosnovka split. Which one do you go? It's 50-50. It's pretty much guaranteed going Sosnovka Island. To be fair, though, I have seen this before in the past. On the phase 2 pop, go straight up north and then kind of create that 50 split, but it has to be the phase 2 pop. But it's also very rare. Like, statistically, you're better off just not even hedging bets, just basically full sending Sosnovka Island, and if it goes north, it goes north, and then everyone's pretty much going to be in the same position anyway, except for probably the one team that came in late from the mainland, and they'll just sit north, wait for the phase 2 pop, and then make their way in. But they would be the only team essentially benefiting. Over towards the ferry for Buildup United, again, their consistency has just been so nice to watch in, a lobby where I think consistency again has been by and large difficult to really find. Probably the nature of the lobby, to be completely honest. But these guys have been really, really good. And like Riz being one of the top damage and kill leaders as well, is probably a good indication that their consistency is paying off, and a good reason why they've been so consistent. When you're getting so many kills often enough, you're winning fights, you're living longer. It all just goes part and parcel. TDT on the move. They'll go west coast of Sosnovka Island nice and early. They'll get themselves whatever position they want. No one else really here. Obviously for Sharper, Zanshin coming out of mill base, they get really early positions as well. And early positions, like, yeah, this is actually a really good example of a circle where back in the rest of APAC qualifiers, Zanshin would not be guaranteed to win, Jordan, but they'd have a really big game. Like, they'd have a really, really big game. You could play the quads just outside of mill base. You can kind of play a late game. It's very easy to defend the crashes. And more or less, this is what Zanshin did the most of in rest of APAC. Center circle, phase 1, cop a couple of feeds, get a lot of kills from that position, win the game. That was pretty much their bread and butter. And so, again, another opportunity for them to essentially play that playstyle, but now in this lobby. They haven't had that many opportunities, but when they've had them in this lobby, they've also not done anything with it.
Well, they might do it this game. They did get themselves a knock with a grenade. Doesn't look like that was going to get finished off. But certainly another big opportunity on offer here for Zanshin, though unfortunately that it does feel as though they're really out of the race. So maybe pretty inconsequential even if they were to go on to win this game and in a big way. All gamers have made it across. They took a boat. And they're pretty chill on this side of the zone. There's not a whole lot happening on the north part of Sosnovka Island. They may just end up in those hills above the military base, hope for a pull back in that direction and see what happens and play it out from there. But certainly not going to be one of the first movers to get into a premium position in the center of the zone. Some of those E pickups starting to come through now as well. You can see FCR on their way to the ground. Sharp are well aware of that, keeping an eye on things. And some good shots in from Exquisite, but not enough for a knock. Still, Sharper have found themselves two. One onto Minvo, one onto Neb1. And so it's a rough start to the game here for FCR.
Yeah, I don't know how they lost even more there. That was very close for Sharper, who, by the way, have just had the points updated on Twire, Jordan. They're in 4th right now, so they've been able to leapfrog Roy Esports 74 points to Roy's 72. TDT are on 68, so we're starting to get a little bit more fun around that 4th spot. Team Flash on 80 points, Bureau 86, All Gamers 92. So that top 4, which at one point there was like 2 points separating them, now a little bit of a spread, a little bit of a discrepancy as Canaxi has got one in his building upstairs. He's got some help and they should be able to clear that out, but they have lost one. Yeah, so TDT now as well, yeah, back in the frame, single digits, out in the balcony. Well, that's very fortunate. Esquilucia could have easily gotten that knock onto Canaxi and could have maybe then followed up with the flush. They would have been down to 2 for FW, but in the end, it is Forest Natural Gaming that lose another member. So big games coming up here on Erangel. Match 11, match 12. The race for 4th starting to really heat up, and even an E-Arena and Alter Ego both. And I'll throw in Forest, but they're pretty much out of this game now. All still pretty close to 4th. You know, like a 17-point gap. 2 games to go. Night 2, not that bad.
Going to see things kick into gear in just a second. Once again, Armory Gaming are in an E pickup, and they are about 10 seconds away from dropping on to Sosnovka Island as well. This is extremely late. We've already seen 2 E pickups come through. One of them got largely quite devastated, so I'm not imagining that Armory Gaming are going to have a particularly fun time here unless they just choose to land somewhere that's like super low prio, maybe like out on the beach or on the cliffs or something like that. Cerberus on their way over. Doesn't look like there's a bridge camp. All gamers have set up in the yellows, but they're going to be happy to let Cerberus go past. And there's that E pickup, as you can see, just in front of Sololzi. A couple of players flying through the air. No shots ringing out in their direction just yet. Armory Gaming do look like they have decided to take a bit of a safer route. Oh, never mind, I lied. They've gone straight in on top of E-Arena. They've actually gotten to the ground, which is going to give them a fighting chance, but the setup from E-Arena is way too good. The crossfire that they established, the player in the hut, I think, being the X factor there, and Armory just get deleted. That is the problem with a E pickup that late in the game. You just can't. You just can't.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen it so many times on this circle. It's so difficult to land. And before Crazy Rabbits should have probably had something similar happen to them, to be honest, as well. I think they got very lucky that only, I think, 1 player was eliminated on that E pickup. Like, the E pickup in itself is fine. It just really, you've got to understand you're not going to be able to just drop onto one of the prior positions or, you know, center point phase 1. And honestly, you really don't need to either. I don't know why more teams don't just E pick up towards the roads, drop down, grab vehicles, rotate in from the edge, rather than just trying to go for the shortcut straight towards the middle, where there's already going to be so many teams in what is also an open area. Very easy to then look up to the sky and shoot down those parachutes, and you can't really do anything. Big game for Roy coming over from the mill to bridge. It's a very open eastern side of the circle, and the pop is really kind for all of those teams on Sosnovka Island. No funny business, no shenanigans with the mainland. It is going to be, though, very much still an open kind of Sosnovka. It doesn't have to go out towards the western cliffs. It can come even back in towards mill base. I don't think you're going to see a lot of rotations from the teams already in these positions, Jordan. I don't think they really change anything. It's really now for Roy. Roy can actually play the hills just north of C block, which is a really, really good position to actually play out of on this phase 2 pop. So I think they'll be very happy with this circle shift. ISG in the blue over towards Primorsk, obviously coming in very late. An E pickup for Savage Man Esports over on the cliffs by the yellows. They're going to be coming in, and I guess they'll be looking to drop just to the northeast, surely, once you scout it out and see there's no one there. You can't be, again, looking for that shortcut. Otherwise, you're just going to be feeding. And FW down to just the 2 players. It's been a strange old night for FW. They had 39 points coming into tonight, and they've got 49 points in total, which means 10-point night. Means, yeah, they're very much now in the back of the pack.
Unlikely to turn it around here as well with just a duo. On the topic of Savage Man, I guess the one thing that they could also think about, and I think we saw them employ this yesterday as well, is that when they are coming in this late on an E pickup, maybe there's going to be a world where there's some kind of engagement happening as well that they can try to land on top of. Probably just going to miss that window because Zone is pushing in, but it's about a minute and a half away from being a position where teams are going to be starting to move. So they'll come in a little bit earlier than that, and everyone's still going to be happy to be locked in on their position. So there's nothing else really to do for most of these teams on the ground right now than watch the sky. So I'm very intrigued to see what Savage Men are going to hope to do here. Okay, straight into the ground, and they're going to try and maybe land in the military base, or
this could be their first points tonight.
On top of Zanshin.
This could be their first points tonight. They've gotten no points so far tonight. Knock from Zhuan onto Lunlun. The trade is there quickly by Upchen. Kens is eager, and it's stolen at the last second by Tede. They still haven't got a point tonight, and they've lost one. Nicel's knocked. Kens and E, the only 2 standing right now, and Kens is going for the revive. He'll pick him up first, but that's an E pickup that's worked out for X-Men. They lost one, they lost Lunlun, but you know what? 3 players up. You take some good buildings, good position. That's probably a win for X-Men, and it's so unfortunate for Zanshin that they still haven't got a single point tonight.
I'd call that a big win, all things considered, because that could have gone horribly wrong. That could have gone the way where you just lose all 4 of those players, and that's your game over and done with. But to get a position like that one in this zone, even with 3 alive, you can do a lot with that. We'll have to wait and see in 25 seconds where this next zone shift is going to go, if it's going to sort of troll them a little bit or not, but I think they'll be happy with it as far as a rotate is concerned. The only other team now that we're kind of waiting to see come in is ISG, and they may be following suit with those other late rotators in that they're going to find it quite difficult, but they'll wait until this next zone pool comes through anyway. Happy to try and play over towards Ferry P as long as they possibly can. Fairly stable standard zone pool, nothing really to note there. Just kind of centers up. Phase 4 obviously next means we are going to move away from the water. There's still a little bit of water in play, so those buildings that Savage Men actually landed in, very, very likely to get a favorable pool here for Phase 4 as well. So I think they've come up with the goods with that drop.
Well, they made the most of a bad situation, and that's really all you can do. Again, losing the 1 player is not ideal, but you kind of take that. If you had said to them, well, they're taking that E pickup, we lose 1, but we get a decent position, I think they would have just taken that every day of the week.
Yeah.
As ISG, I don't think, where do they actually go here? You could go all the way to the South Beach, which Forest Natural Gaming are there, but well, based on their early path, it looks as if they're going to go on the more northern side of the zone, which, to be fair for them, is maybe the better place to be. But I would like to see them almost go under the bridge and come in towards the yellows rather than pull up short. Just because there's pushing up that beach is just so difficult. Savior Well, the knock from Himas has forced his nade to then finish him off. That's an easy kill for all gamers as they rock up to the quads. Now, Zanshin have already put themselves away from this position. So Savageman Esports, the wonderful E-pickup to get this spot, as great as it was, you're now down to 2 players and you haven't really gained anything for the game as a whole.
It's true. How quickly the fortunes can fade. All gamers under a bit of pressure here. Destroy should be okay, though. He's got that first aid kit primed. Oh, he's just been deleted. Bopped in the head by Upchen. Definitely wasn't expecting him on that angle. But again, is there going to be a chance for a confirmed flush? I don't know. Savage Men under a little bit too much pressure right now as a duo to really lock that in. Leo's holding onto a grenade, but he's a fair way away from this engagement. And Hisaki looking to take some space inside the TUD here for the res. That looks like it's going to come through okay. Tycon waiting for the peek from Upchen. That's really good coverage from all gamers. Nice teamwork. Bururam are keeping it quiet here in the military base.
30 seconds till phase 4. So I had the storm moment.
Yeah.
It's been 2 zone pops in a row now that no one's really had to move that's gotten here early because the circle hasn't really done a whole lot of shifting. Oh, Upchen. I'll tell you what, that's not bad considering the quad push in here by All Gamers Global, and he almost got another one. Oh, I think he just felt the pressure and it got to him and he thought maybe he has to push. Leo does get the kill onto Hisaki, the knock on the Tycon as well. Oh. Well, he gets finished off, but at least they made All Gamers Global work for it and they got punished for working for it as well, losing a player. ISG did push to the yellows as I kind of anticipated. They'll go and hold the northern side of this zone.
Roy, this is a nice move though. They've been hearing and seeing all of these shots and they think, you know what? That's looking like a pretty good place to be. So let's go ahead and take some space. Very well informed rotate is going to get them some good zone positioning very safely as well. So it's been a little bit of a slower day for Roy, but this could be a game that works out nicely for them. And again, as anticipated, zone shift, obviously moving away from the water, very likely to go in onto this set of compounds around, or this set of buildings, this compound that's around the road. And any team that's in there in any way, shape or form will be feeling pretty good. TDT and Cerberus running into one another, having a pitched battle for what is a fairly slim position, but it's a position in the zone nonetheless, and so they're going to fight for it. TDT have got one on the floor. Simon T looking to try and hold on here for Cerberus in that building. He's got Sololzi as well, close by. No knocks onto Cerberus just yet. Lots of util getting tossed back and forth, and Van Nye is going to go down to a Molotov. So Cerberus are controlling this fight at the moment. TDT continue to be on the back foot, having to slow things down, try to fight for the res. There's one onto Zest though, and this might start to pick up a little bit for TDT. Huang not looking to push the issue though. He's just going to pop the smoke, use this time to find the res once again. Things will slow down in this engagement. But that is a massive mishap from Sololzi, just completely open to the angle that Huang has been sitting on. Tries to sit the res and loses his head.
Yeah, he had no idea that he's just completely vulnerable to that window. Going for the res is not an awful thing by itself, but when you just, very much just sitting with the window watching you. Simon T, one on the roof. That's a great squad wipe for TDT. And I think that really is a moment where you kind of say, well, that's one team that's probably now really running out of time in Cerberus, and another team that's starting to reclimb to a position they once held, which was top 4 for DDT. So that's a kind of a double edge where it's like, well, for one team now, it's like, well, how are we now catching up? 7 games to go. We've just given another top 4 hopeful handy points. So Cerberus, I think you're getting to the point where if they have an absolute stinker in the next one, they're done. They need a huge, huge game in match 12. E-Arena are now on the move up towards this hill where Sharper are occupying. They've got high ground position. Lovely double into the third from Jedi. Jedi finds the double himself, and with help from Exquisite, it's a full squad wipe. Easy as that for Sharper Esports, who are looking to now maintain their current top 4 position. E-Arena Well, that's not ideal for a team that was starting to just kind of close the top 4 ever so slightly. They were only 15 points behind Sharper Esports. Well, that gap now will be extended as EPOD is out, courtesy of Trick. 11 teams, all that remain here for match 11. ISG close by to the Daredevils, who are just further down the hill. Feven's been able to scout them out. Good information found. Baron down to the blue, which he is very much in the deep of, and he's not getting brought back up. It's going to be a duo now for Forest Natural Gaming. And it also means the position of Sharper on this map, Jordan, is quite nice on the south side of this circle. Now, of course, your trees, your open fields, you know, it's going to be applicable to everyone, but at least they're not congested with other teams around them.
Yeah, Alter Ego, this is a potentially quite ill-fated rotation for them. You can see them up in the kill feed losing Seymour, but there's going to be a few more that are going to follow suit there. Man and Trick also gone. They had multiple teams looking at them. They were trying to push their way out of the military base past Team Flash. Forest Natural Gaming as well, having looks at them. So, rough one for Alter Ego. But yeah, I mean, in the case of Sharper, couple more points on the board this game. I don't know if maintain is the right word anymore, Xenox. I think they're going to try to improve upon their top 4 position and maybe even start to make a run in for a top 2 or a top 1. All gamers, of course, still alive in this game, alive and kicking. So catching up to top 1 might be a little bit difficult right here, but they're certainly going to give it a crack. Buriram on the move. Nice shots in from Dynasty. That's actually a really important kill on Tagoni, because this would have been a really unplayable position for Buriram had there been a player still up on that hill. But they've got that knock, and it's irretrievable for ISG at this stage. So
good
looks
spot.
like Buriram, with their superior individual firepower, let's just say, are kind of wiping the floor with ISG and starting to lock in a solid position on the northern side of this zone. They've just got a couple more players to find. They've just got to hope that they don't run into Runax, who's kind of like snaking in the grass here. They have spotted out Feven.
Well, a bit of a send as well across the street. Roy Esports very much hoping they could get something from this. Himas did get knocked down, so 2 up at the moment now for All Gamers Global. 5 kills this game. Himas is slowly bleeding out. Need to go and get that revive, but All Gamers can feel the pressure. Probably shouldn't have to worry about that duo of Forest Natural Gaming. ISG finished off Buriram getting the majority of those kill points against the Japanese team. You know, Roy, unfortunately, having to cross this road, never going to be a fun time. Setsuna stayed behind, so only Tede, and he's also going to fall. 7 kills for All Gamers Global. And even though Roy are in a good position going into tomorrow, they do feed points over to the top team. But you know what? At this point, that said top team may well end up staying top. And if their points soaking continues, it's not going to change too much in the grand scheme of things for a team like Roy Esports. Not ideal, but it's the reality. 3 players up, they get the revive, 7 kills into the top 8. It's another good game for All Gamers Global, and they are the ones that are now starting to just pull away from everyone else in this lobby. They're starting to gain consistency too, Jordan. You know, kind of earlier on tonight, it was the big or nothing about this team where, yeah, their best was clearly the best, but they could also have some bad games. Well, they've kind of moved away from those bad games and big games, and now they're putting in some consistent performances. Buriram on the north side, Sharper on the south side with Flash pushing. That's going to be the next big battle. Flash versus Sharper. Zanchin has still got 3 players up. They vacated the quads, and so they've been able to just play a little to the south of it. And they finally got themselves their first point of the night. In match 11, they're finally on the board with 1 placement point.
Fantastic. God, that's rough. I can't believe it. That's so rough. Well, we'll see if they can do any more. Doesn't really look like a particularly fantastic spot to be playing from, though. Down on that low ground, having to try to fight their way uphill. Sharper popping off again at the top side of this ridge. Team Flash.
Oh, they're on.
Up the creek without a paddle. He is about to grab himself a kill. Let's go. Another point on the board for Zanchin, but they are still suffering some knocks. That'll be Nicel's second knock of the game. I think he got knocked earlier on, so he's going to start to bleed out pretty quickly.
I have to leave him. He's spotted as well by Exquisite, landed an attack. Kenzo with a knock on the Thunders. And that's really all Zanchin can do now for the rest of this tournament. They can't make top 4, but they can still shape it. in terms of, you know, starting to find some improvement, get involved, find some kills, be a nuisance, and you can certainly take out some of the contenders still. That's the beauty of PUBG. And nice for them to get off the board tonight. It's not a fun feeling. 0 points through 5 matches. But that's going to change now in this 5th one. And all gamers have done a really good job of defending this building in particular. And anything that's been thrown at them, they've dealt with. And they've been having to fight for the vast majority of this game. Over Ditch eliminated. There goes Team Flash. 10 kills now for Sharper, and into the top 4 with that nade, an underarm nade from Himas, gets rid of Kiss. And the top 4, it's a little mix. 2 teams that are in, well, actually 3 teams that are in the top 4. Sorry, I completely forgot. Of course, Sharper's rises, and their ascension into the top 4 has been so rapid. And as you said, it's not about maintaining, but even improving. But for TDT, this is huge for them as well now to kind of keep pace with said top 4.
Yeah.
And Team Flash only kind of just got eliminated before as well, Jordan. So outside of Roy, you kind of had like 5 of the top 6 at the very end of this game.
It's kind of a shame, though, for TDT that it's not, you know, any of the other teams, just so that they could try to even catch up in a way. Like you say, it's about keeping a pace here. Unless TDT can now win this out. Yeah, that's true. But TDT, if they want to put anything super meaningful together here, they're going to have to try to find a way to win this game. And actually, just looking at their position in the zone, they probably can win this game from that spot. Like, they have the sort of highest high ground position, like ultimate high ground, if we're to go with that terminology. All game is definitely playing from the low ground. Sharper playing from kind of the mid ground here. Same for Buriram. They've got to both be really quite worried about all gamers, whereas TDT, I think at this point, are kind of happy to just sort of chill out, wait for this to play out. All gamers look like they're probably in the worst of the positions, though, having to move their way up this hill. There's not a whole lot of cover ahead of them, and they have both Sharper and Buriram already kind of like pushing in on their extremities, so they really don't have a whole lot of room to work with either.
Well, no one wants to push. No one wants to make that first push up this hill out into the open, and rightfully so. I'm kind of said why. And as you said, the positioning, the earlier positioning now for TDT gives them certainly an advantage. They probably do want to get kills as well, but I think the win will be far better. Not just for them to get max placement points, but to deny max placement points against these other teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, these smokes are going to be so important. Look at that run that you've essentially got to make towards the center, where there are some trees, there's some rocks as well. If you can get there, it's not completely awful, but then you're also prone to potential nade spam from TDT later on. Tycon has been finished off rather quickly. That puts now all gamers down to 2. So certainly the team at the weakest position now, and certainly at the bottom of this hill, means that it's going to be unlikely to see them get this chicken dinner. Still 4 up as well for Sharper, puts them still in a pretty good position. It's all eyes on TDT. What do they do from here? I mean, Buriram and all gamers not in a great spot, although Destroy and Himas were able to at least extract 2 extra kills at the end of that. Make, I think, a potential 3rd as well, as Can went down. All gamers will be eliminated, but in 3rd. That is a crazy turnaround.
I don't know how they've managed that. That looked like it was so cooked for them, but Buriram must have just overstepped their mark a little bit. That's actually kind of worst case scenario, frankly, I would say, for TDT, because I thought there was going to be a world where, you know, Sharper was going to either have to face Buriram or all gamers, whoever came out of that engagement, but they sort of just finished each other off, and now it's a 4v4. TDT, granted, have taken a little bit more zone control than what Sharper had, but they still have to play out a 4v4 against a team, by the way, that is in really hot form. Sharper looked great in the last game. They're looking really good in this game as well. So they've taken a bit of a slower start to these EWC qualifiers for Asia Pacific, but at least today, they are really ramping up in these final 2-3 games.
Yeah, it's been a really good turnaround. And for TDT as well, I mean, at least 5 kills, 2nd place. That's 11 minimum from this game. So you can still get a couple of extra points, but 11 minimum puts you in a pretty good position going into the final game tonight, where they'd be on, 79 points. That's worst case scenario. That's if they just get completely wiped out, second place, no kills. So you would imagine they should be able to, cross that 80-point threshold barrier. So they'll go well above Roy Esports. They'll be very close to Team Flash. They won't be super far behind Buriram either. And it's not as if Roy Esports are suddenly going to be, massively far away. But Sharper are, as you said, improving so much that they're certainly going to have a decent little gap now to those outside the top 4. How quickly it has changed for Sharper Esports tonight. Coming into tonight, they were 9th, Jordan, on 35 points. So they're looking at a 70-plus point night tonight when it's all said and done with one game to go. That's a huge, huge turnaround. I imagine this is going to take a little bit to probably finalize, but with Van Nuys knock and subsequent elimination, TDT I think are going to end up finishing second in this, because they've also given up now full high ground control to Sharper. Zayu on the edge here, has to win that battle against Thunders, lost it out despite that Molotov knock from Jun on to Exquisite. Still the numbers advantage with Sharper Esports. They got position advantage. They've probably got even util advantage at this point as well. And Huang has to just blow the tires and play behind the UAZ. 2 players to 3 in favor of Sharper.
It's not impossible, though, for TDT. Take another
smoke.
Nice shot or 2 from Huang and Jun to make this back to even numbers. But yeah, certainly they've got a bit of a disadvantage here. You're just really relying on a nice 3x spray here from Jun, maybe to get a knock. Having a bit of difficulty landing these shots. He is getting some of those taps back and forth. Headshot in, but it's a level 3 helmet on the other side there, so it's not going to be sizable enough to cause a knock, and you can just see that there's just no room to work with here for TDT. Once these smokes fade, they're really in trouble. Earth proning close behind those smokes as well. Hasn't actually really been involved in this fight just yet, so he'll pop his head up at what will, I imagine, be a really inopportune time for TDT, if it's even required. Now that spam coming through into the smoke, they know they've got it down to just 1. Where else could he realistically be? Finishing blow onto Huang, and that'll be that. Sharper will secure themselves yet another victory, the back-to-back, and it's a 15-kill win this time. So a huge passage of play from Sharper this evening, and that is really going to shake the conversation up for that top 4.
That's 47 points, quick maths, in 2 games. That is disgusting from Sharper Esports, how quickly they've been able to just rise up the standings. And again, it always shows in PUBG that it's always a capability. This is the problem. We say, oh, a certain team, is very unlikely. And we always say, usually the caveat is, well, unless they go and win back-to-back games in a row. Two games in a row, 15 kills. Well, there you go. Sharper's kind of done that. Obviously, prior to the 2 wins, it's not like they were ever out of it. They were still close enough that even just kind of playing, averagely enough. This is the leaderboard, of course, prior to this game. So you go and tack on another 25 points there for Sharper. That'll see them rocket up to 99 points when it gets updated, which is absolutely insane considering where they were start of the night on 35 points. So that's a 64-point night in 5 matches with 1 game to go. That is a lot of points tonight. And that's even including, Jordan, the first game tonight, they only picked up 3 kills, no placement points. And then even the game after that, 15th with 4 kills. So they picked up 7 points in the first 2 games. And you're probably thinking at that point, oh, they're not doing enough. Then it's like 8 kills, 6 performance, and then bang, bang, 2 huge wins. And just like that, they've built really nicely a solid platform going into tomorrow. But before tomorrow, short break, last game to come for tonight.
1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
So only one more game to go tonight, Jordan, for night 2 here for the APAC qualifiers of the Esports World Cup for PUBG. And Sharper Esports, my goodness, what a turnaround. 2 massive wins in a row sees them up to second place, 99 points. Again, they themselves, because it's been kind of the catch up, they don't have like a super massive gap. They do need to maintain decent pacing going into tomorrow night. But for All Gamers Global now, they've got a 30-point gap to a team, to just one team essentially outside the top 4, which puts them in a really, really commanding position now. Essentially, for All Gamers Global to miss out top 4 in the next 7 games, the 4 teams directly below them would have to all overtake All Gamers Global, and as we know, that's very, very unlikely. Well, I wouldn't say they're secured. You could put a soft lock on them. Roy still hanging around, 73 points for them, and then the drop starts to begin then again after them. Forest Natural Gaming, E-Arena, Alter Ego, all around the same kind of position. And what those three teams now need, essentially, is to emulate what we saw from Sharper, FW, Armory, Cerberus. A little disappointing from three teams I had more expectations on.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I would even say E-Arena have been largely quite disappointing, all things considered. I mean, it's been a bit of a run back in from Forest Natural today. They're actually top 4 for today. Trouble is, their day yesterday was quite average, that they're still not really keeping a pace with the top dogs in the same sense that maybe Sharper is now that they picked up those back-to-back wins. That's kind of what we need from Forest Natural. So while they've been a little bit more respectable today, they haven't, really quite done enough to trouble us too much. I must have been capping, by the way, with the E-Arena prediction, because they are definitely looking like they are out of this discussion at the moment. All Gamers, Buriram, two of the teams that we touched on yesterday, definitely still looking okay. I mean, Sharp are looking phenomenal right now, and if they could put together one more good game here, they may even be able to eclipse All Gamers with the run that they're going on. But you are still seeing that slide from Team Flash, and I think that's where you're keeping a little bit of hope in for some of these other teams that are sitting below the top 4. Flash have really fallen off in a pretty significant way, and while it hasn't been awful in the sense that it's just pushed them completely out of the top 4, as far as today is concerned, they are only in 9th. They've only got 23 points for the day, so if that continues, and obviously I know we've only got one more game to go, so there's not a lot of time for that, but if they just don't have a great game here, and let's say they end sub 30 points for the day, you are looking at a pretty significant pickup in points from the pack that was specifically trying to chase them. Sharper, Forest Natural, I mean, even TDT has already kind of eclipsed them today. Alter Ego have eclipsed them for today. Roy have done better than them for today. So Team Flash kind of need a decent game here just to maintain their head above water if they want to keep themselves in a similar position going into tomorrow as where they were today, which was actually reasonably comfortable. Now, though, jury's kind of out. Maybe a little bit of a contest over this UAZ, but it looks like ePod has had a pretty good drop. Just beats Sharper to the punch. Van Nye is going to pick up that UAZ as well. So TDT winning the car war. And unfortunately for Earth, he might be going down pretty early on in the piece here. So for Sharper, that is going to be an unfortunate start to the final game. How the high highs can turn into the low lows. We go from 2 back-to-back top 1s into 3 players to finalize the rest of the night.
Sosnovka Island circle again, John. So back-to-back. We feel like we've been on almost Sosnovka Island more than the mainland throughout these qualifiers on the Erangel matches. It's been very prevalent. So FW on the move early, straight down the Milta Bridge. Another circle for Zanshin, which, you know, at least good to see them finally get some points in the last game. So they got 3 points tonight, all in match 5. But yeah, obviously they're not going to have any more say in this tournament. Neither is ISG, neither is X-Men, neither is 4 Crazy Rabbits. Cerberus, Armory Gaming, Alter Ego, FW, are they capable of a Sharper esports kind of run? You know, which I guess in hindsight, you kind of think about Sharper, where did it kind of come from? Because yesterday was, you know, middle of the pack, first 2 games tonight, not really anything crazy, and then just out of nowhere, 3 really good games in a row. So it can turn for teams really quickly. It's just very unlikely to expect it to happen, but it has happened for Sharper. Can it then happen for an Alter Ego who won a game earlier tonight? E-Arena, they've got the quality. Can they just kind of go bang, bang, bang to start tomorrow and re-enter the conversation? All of those are mathematically still possible, but you're all very much now needing that to happen, right? The proof is in the pudding there with Sharper. 2 huge wins in a row, sees them net 45 points in 2 games. If you can, you know, see an Alter Ego go and do that, well, then that actually tips them over 100-point mark then with enough games still to go. So that's what's required, and we'll see if it can happen. But very quickly, I'd say by at least match 2 tomorrow, you could be crossing teams out from 9th and below. At that point, it pretty much is unlikely. But I'm still not crossing out 12th and up, which is very lenient of me, considering they're now close to almost 40 points behind Cerberus to a top 4 spot.
Such a nice guy. Savage Men going to be learning from the mistakes of the last game and take a much earlier E pickup. We got Armory Gaming as well coming through on an E pickup. So two teams that are very heavily invested in a fast rotate. E Arena doing the same. Although they're going to have a bit of a drive / walk / run to get anywhere of note. So they'll still be a little bit later than those teams coming in through the aerial route. Buildup wanting to make their way across the Milter Bridge at some point, you'd imagine, but they're going to have to pull up and do some scouting first. It's gotten to that point in the game where there could be teams set up around the bridge, here on this side, on the other side as well. FW Esports were the first team across by the Novo Bridge. They haven't really set up a camp. They do have Rays just kind of watching it. But Buildup definitely trying to cross the T's and dot the I's, make sure they don't make a mistake here, because they're very much in a position to take a top 4, and a fumble in this game would make the job a lot more difficult tomorrow.
I mean, same with Buildup all night tonight, their consistency. And a really good example of what I'm talking about is the fact they haven't actually won a game yet, Jordan. And you could look at that as a negative. I certainly don't, considering they've still got 33 placement points, which is around the same mark as Roy, who's got 2 wins, Sharper, who's got 2 wins, and they're only 7 placement points behind All Gamers, who have got 2 wins. So your placement point averages are actually really good, considering you haven't got a single win so far throughout 11 matches played. They've also picked up 62 kills, which is good for 3rd overall for kills, only behind Sharper, who have got 2 extra, and All Gamers, who have got 8 extra. So overall, that consistency is very much prevalent in terms of their overall points, as they haven't even had the 15 kill win kind of game added to their overall tally, which to me, sort of, again, highlighting the fact that they're in 3rd. I think All Gamers, you could say at this point, clearly being the best team in the lobby overall. Their wins and their big performances have been the best we've seen. But I would say Buildup a close 2nd, despite Sharper actually being in 2nd. If you kind of power rank it a little bit, I think through general play, Buildup has been really incredible to watch. And obviously on the bridge right now, turnaround time for them, because FW are camping over at the crossroads.
Yeah, they didn't initially have that camp, but Buildup took their time, and they might have missed the window, which is now going to put them in a little bit more of a spot of bother, because Alter Ego are also kind of joining the queue to cross the bridge. They're patiently waiting their turn here on the Milter Beach. No doubt that they've spotted out Buildup turning around, so they know what's up. And Buildup going to take to the sea, or at least Can is. So he's going to scout things out first. Must be another boat somewhere here for Buildup, or they're going to try to get someone onto the Sosnovka Island just to put a little bit more pressure onto those players on the bridge. So Can's made it across. What's the plan for the rest of Buildup? They don't have to move too quickly here. They've got quite a bit of time with this current zone still pushing in, plus then even the next zone, they'll be inside of that for a couple of minutes at least. But it's a bit more of a problem for Alter Ego. They've got to think about plan B. They wanted to go over the bridge, you could tell. Now, though, going to be on the hunt for a boat, and it seems like Buildup are also. Nothing forthcoming just yet.
I mean, it's a good example, again, of this Buildup smart heads-up play to understand, okay, there's a bridge camp. You could send it through. You could just go for it. You can, scathe past those kind of bridge camps. I think a lot of teams in this lobby would have maybe just said, screw it. But no need to take that risk when there's so much time. Like, you don't have to rush. Yeah, you're not going to get center position, but what does center position really get you phase 1 anyway? And they wrap back towards the beach to get themselves a boat. Now, the one downside to this is you're not going to have a vehicle on the other side of the bridge, except for maybe Can, if he's got one, or at least one that he can get close by. So 3 in the boat. Can's on the other side, waiting at the beach. I'm not too sure if he's got a vehicle ready and waiting. But at least it really just means for Buriram, at least they've got all 4 over towards Sosnovka Island. Whatever happens from here, they'll be able to at least manage it as 4 rather than sending it through the Crossroads bridge camp and maybe you lose 1 or 2 players and your whole game just completely changes. I'd rather not have vehicles but 4 players alive versus vehicles and 2 players alive. So really, really good heads-up play for Buriram. We'll see if it can net them a sort of late game position. Means also FW get nothing from that camp. Alter Ego, Flash, Sharper, FCR for Forest Natural Gaming, who are in the glider at the moment, and ISG still on the mainland, and E-Pickup, I think, also for Crazy Rabbits. X-Men still at Georgia Ball, by the way, but I mean...
one of X-Men. Upchen's there.
Yeah, Upchen...
The rest of them made the E-Pickup move early, remember?
Yeah, they did. I'm surprised that Upchen has maintained this position.
I kind of just noticed that too, and I was like, "What is going on here? Was he not like? Was he disconnected when they had the E pickup, or why has he decided to stay there? I don't know." But to imagine that he can get to Savage Men, the rest of X-Men down there on the southern side of Sosnovka Island, seems wishful thinking at this point. Like, you'd have to go through the entire military island, and everyone's already set up on all the roads and compounds and buildings and whatnot. Like, I can't see him getting there unless he also has an E-pickup, but he doesn't seem to. He's got himself a car. So anyway, we'll check back in with him later on because it's not exactly a focal point. Once again, zone shift going to be going out toward the western side of Sosnovka Island, at least favoring that side. Baron's still doing some scouting. No doubt he has seen ISG down there. It's a very similar approach to this game for ISG. Take it late, come in from Ferry Pier. But they're going to be pushed over a little bit earlier this time around. E-pickup coming through for the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. Baron, of course, doing that scouting, has hopefully identified a position for them to land safely. This is probably the way to do it. Let's see how they go. Oh, they've actually decided not to take the E-pickup. They're just going to drive over the bridge instead. So fair enough. They got the information that the bridge is clear, and they're going to go with their vehicles, which is maybe not a bad shout.
It's just that waiting game, isn't it? I mean, not much changes again. The circle pop, because everyone knows it's going Sosnovka Island. Everyone gets into the pre-positions. It's kind of one of the downsides sometimes with Sosnovka Island is it's a very easy circle to kind of read on phase 1 because you know where it's going to go. Obviously, you don't entirely sure. I mean, this could have gone maybe even like radio tower side, for example, which I feel like we haven't really, like, all of the Sosnovka Island circles we've had have actually been this kind of western side, very far western side as well. Like, we're not getting Novo, we're not getting radio tower, we're not getting east side mill base. It's all been pretty large and the same, and so I think teams at this point are pretty much clued on to that and just happy to keep playing the same kind of positions early on, get into the early positions as early as they possibly can. Zenshin's still in the mill base, of course, looting there. Flash have made their way over the mill to bridge. Sharper over at the mini ferry. Upchen is obviously still deep in the blue. But everyone is actually pretty well spread. Like, there's not really that many teams. I mean, E-Arena have a 2-2 split. Like, they're that confident right now in taking this kind of space that no one's really pushing, sending, crashing, that they can actually hold this going into phase 3, see where this circle pops, then group up, maybe then even still hold it, depending on the shift. FW on the South Road going through, well, the 3-man X-Men and 4 Crazy Rabbits are in near the downed plains. But other than that, I don't see much head-on collision happening anytime soon.
No.
Alter Ego and Milta still as well.
They must not have found a boat. You could remember they were driving up north trying to look for a boat when they saw that Buriram were getting bridge camp. They obviously clearly have not found a boat. So they're going to have to come back and they're going to have to do it late, which it is going to mean that they are going to get across the bridge safely. But this is costing them a lot of resources and a lot of time. They are coming in super, super late and potentially down on meds as well when they do eventually make it into the zone. Haizaki going to get knocked. Destroy also finished off by a grenade. Doesn't look like all gamers are going to have a great finish to the night. They've run into Armory Gaming and they've kind of just been wiped. Almost. He missed the last one alive.
Circle pop, phase 3. Okay, mill base. Yeah, that's nice. A little something different. And Southside mill base too is actually probably more fun than the Northside one because you've got more of that fence play. The granny compound on the left-hand side corner is fun to play out of, and there's, you know, crashes and sends. Very open on the south side, the kind of beachfront side where X-Men are located. We'll see some action. This gets really hectic because the teams up north kind of have to send it into mill base, but then pushing out of it, if it keeps going south, is really, really difficult. You almost want to then preemptively move south early, but it's very open. ISG copped the raw end of it, though. They were already prepared for that western cliff shift again, and they get now an awful time. Well, and how fitting of this, the glider somewhat gliding over the downed planes has almost gone down itself, and Baron is out. That is a ghost plane now. No pilot.
It's a danger, isn't it? It's always pretty safe when you're up in the air, just scouting around, but actually trying to get back down to the ground tends to be the dangerous bit. Sanshin set up in the center of the military base. They were the team to drop here. Who knows? Maybe they could still put something together. That E pickup that was flying over the top, by the way, was another one called by X-Men. They didn't elect to take it. Don't think anyone even went up to try and do some scouting. But still Upchen over at Ferry Pier, so it's a quizzical game being played out here by them. He may make it in the end, given that they are hard south if he takes the ferry over. But Forest Natural Gaming, unfortunately, down on Baron, are now having to make a bit more of a desperate play. They're going to crash in onto Duckmai's position. He's popped himself a nade down there, and he is being watched from multiple angles. Here comes the breach. Kiss gets the opener. That's the end of Duckmai. And so Cerberus will be down to 3. Some shots back over in the direction of Sololzi as well to let him know. I think if you're Duckmai there, ideally you would just want to leave, but I don't think he was really given the option. By the time he recognized that they were coming for his building, they were already in the front door, and there wasn't any other way he could really get out. Runax getting a knock on a Jexy, and Roy's troubles for today continue.
Well, the hot team of the night, Sharper, may be wondering, where are they? They've just taken the ferry over to Novo, and they've only just landed now. So they've got vehicles, they'll drive over, they'll be coming in on the eastern side of this zone, presumably more towards the south, where Alter Ego are wrapping in currently through Flash. They will get there, provided they got good meds, and they'll be a factor in the late game. Yorohani Popedo Samurai, no kills this game, close by to Roy Esports, and Roy need to be winning this fight. They absolutely cannot be affording to lose players like that. Tede caught prone at the tree. Rudax, easy double knock, and Tede goes down temporarily. No one close by for the res. The other three have got to go into action mode here. You don't fall away from a fight against ISG. You go head full of steam into it. You got to just back yourselves in as a top team. Top team looking to be in the top 4. And ISG are not even in that conversation. Jexy, huge critical knock onto Runax. You still got Feven here up close. To the left is Setsuna. He spotted him. Corner of his eye. Peeks up. Knocked down. Gotti did get the knock onto Setsuna, but it's a full squad wipe for Roy Esports. And they should be able to then go get their revives onto Setsuna and Tede, which would be all 4 up with 4 kills. That's the result they needed.
The arena looking for some as well, but deleted. Jacob taken out of the picture. Good quick trade. So is he going to try and sit the res here? And Roy, they don't look like they're going to be getting out of this with all 4 players alive. I don't know if I can say the same either for Arena either, but yeah, just a messy fight over out on that western flank. Not to mention the fact that the Blue's going to be pushing as well.
Upchin's on the ferry as well.
Yep.
Well, Ed King finally goes down. Thunder's in the blue. I imagine ran out of meds. I'm watching Sharper, and yeah, they're very much stopping on the road to heal. Scalpy picks up the freest kill you'll ever get. And in the end, Roy Esports have been eliminated. No placement points. They did pick up a minimum of 4 kills. There might have been a 5th or 6th in there as well, Jordan, but at least 4 at minimum sees Roy Esports, you know, get some handy points in the final game tonight, but they have unfortunately let throughout the night a top 4 spot that they had at one point very much slip away from them. and will be outside of the top 4 going into tomorrow, which is not ideal. But I think still a team that's been good enough throughout this tournament. They'll be on around 77 points or so. We're not talking a massive gap, as Opons should get a free kill onto a blind Sololzi. And Roy will still have a good opportunity tomorrow with 6 games to go. Sharper out, couldn't manage the blue, coming in very late and eventually came straight into Alter Ego, who was set up for them. Simon T to fall as well to UNQ for Armory Gaming, 5 kills. But are they leaving it a little too late?
Yeah, do have to wonder that. Cerberus got a lot of work to do tomorrow, that's for sure. 4 Crazy Rabbits actually don't have terrible control in this upcoming zone. Here's some shots in from Lambau onto our favorites, Zanshin, who do honestly still seem to kind of be struggling. Got a lot of teams to hold out in that military base that are now starting to move their way south. Not to mention Himas has a solo. A knock in here from 4 Crazy Rabbits. But zone shift coming through, does move south again. An accurate prediction on your behalf, Xenox, as you're sort of talking about the fact that teams may want to hedge their bets to the southern side of the military base, but it's going to be difficult to play out there. Now, obviously, nowadays there is a bit more cover, but it is still a little bit spotty. And Opons will be run down by Ruiz. So Armory Gaming lose 1, and Buriram gain a point, an important point.
Riz knocked down by UNQ. Himas on the crawl coming out of the blue, and Edie has no idea. Kong also finished off for Armory Gaming at the hands of Riz. He bleeds out, down at 37 players at the 20-minute mark. Just the 1 point for all gamers. They've got a nice little lead, and does Himas think about collecting this kill? Edie has been knocked down in front of him. He's fully aware he's got a lot more crawling that he will need to do. You may as well take the kill before you're eventually probably going to die, and he doesn't even get to do that. UNQ confirms it. Option down to the blue. Couldn't make it back in despite a very long rotate. Niren's knocked down by Lunlun as Armory Gaming have lost their final player. Big pickup for Zanshin. They need all the points they can get to at least save face in this tournament. It's not really obviously any chance of getting top 4, but just pick up some points towards the end. It'll make that leaderboard look a little bit nicer when you look back at it. 3 players for X-Men, as they've really been this entire game, let's be honest, and Himas finally eliminated. So just 1 point this game, Jordan, for our lobby leaders. All Gamers Global will finish on 111 points going into tomorrow.
It's a pretty good shout, though. You need just 20, 30 points tomorrow, if that, honestly, to make top 4. They'll be sitting pretty. They'll be feeling comfortable about things. Zanshin on the move to the downed plains. I don't know how much cover this is necessarily going to provide for them. It's certainly providing cover to the east and the west, but not to the north and the south. And he is going to find that out as he does get knocked. But for the moment, it seems to be playable enough for Zanshin, who are keeping 4 alive and might be able to do so into the placement points once again. I've spoken too soon. Nicel is going to go onto the floor. Another finished off as well. Zuan will be finished, and Ken's is the last one standing, or proning as it were in this instance. So ill-fated rotate for Zanshin, and once again seems like they are just going to miss out on as many possible points as they can today. It's been a rough one. Scappy for Forest Natural, fighting through the fire and the flames to try to keep himself alive. Is going to be able to get a kit off, or maybe I've spoken too soon. Cross shots coming through. Zanshin eliminated in 9th. They do miss out on those placements. And Scappy won't be long for this world either, as Forest Natural is going to be eliminated at the hands of TDT.
That zone is just rough. It's brutal. Seen this one before, and there's just very little space. Not much really in it. And I understanding now they're getting peppered by Banana One at the back, coming out of the crash, or the crashed planes. Phase 6 as well. Like, it feels still like it's early, but yet we feel like we're in an early late game. Still 4 up for FW2 coming out of this position of the mill base. They've got, of course, 4 Crazy Rabbits close by to them, who apparently Larix has spun out, but I imagine due to the shots from X-Men. He is down, not out just yet. There is a smoke, and Zizzy is close by, but Zizzy also gets knocked. And, well, if your savior, or your potential savior, gets knocked, you may as well count that you're done. And Jacob is now the last one standing for E-Arena. Yet another game where it just never feels like E-Arena are able to get it to all click together. They're always kind of thereabouts. They're in the lobby, Jordan. You notice them, but they just don't have those big games, and they don't pick up enough points to really challenge the top four.
What's Xavier going to get up to here as the solo pushing out for Savage Men, just trying to lock down some space. Fan Nai is definitely a dead man. Those cross shots coming through from Banana 1. Jacob will end up getting the kill point. E-Arena do get eliminated though in 7th, so not enough of a game to really put them into striking distance for tomorrow. But FW Esports are a team that have got that on offer. They are 4 up still. They are jostling for control on this northern side up against FCR, who are also 4 strong. But if they can clean them up, they're going to have a serviceable position to play from. Meanwhile, TDT not even trying to hold off Savage Men. They're just trying to book it. They're out of there. They don't want anything. They don't want to borrow this fight. And fair enough. They're only a duo. They know that they've got bigger fish to fry. They've got to get into the zone somehow.
Yeah, I wonder if you just, I mean, even as a duo, it's a duo for X-Men, isn't it? So, no, it's a trio. Sorry, there was one hidden under the name. So it's a 2v3. X-Men have got an extra number here, and TDT aren't aware until they are now. Now, those shots coming from FW across the other side of the road, helping out Huang. Now, Zayu stayed back. Huang does get knocked down. Zayu with 2 frag grenades, but he too is getting peppered from a distance. That coming from 4 Crazy Rabbits. So those 2 teams that have stayed on the edge of the mill base are very much trying to make the most of it. They know they're going to have to cross that road eventually, but you may as well try and take out a lot of the competition before you do have to cross. Man, with the flush onto Lunlin, Xavier just barely staying alive, but has temporarily ducked into the blue, down to 25 HP. That's missing a tire on the UAZ. And Zayu's death though, down to the final 5 teams, and X-Men are on the verge of elimination themselves, down to just Leo, who's just barely in. But that's a northern shift, and that is a huge reprieve for those teams that are still around the mill base. Neb with a big knockdown onto Banana 1 out in the open. He's probably done for. 3 up now for FW Esports. They'll play the fence line. This is great for Flash, by the way, with Hungvo Ditch, who's just been sitting pretty in the center point of all of this commotion without really being able to get shot at or lose his life. And Alter Ego will clean up the edges on the outside. So they just got to deal with Leo and Xavier. Once they do that, they're in a good position to win this game.
Oh, nades landing on top of Savage Men. That'll be the end of Leo and Xavier. The hands
Got to win this, Alter Ego. They've got to win this.
Alter Ego. Yeah. Well, I mean, they've had a pretty decent day. Who's to say they can't put this one together as well? Sweeping through that southern side of the map. 4 Crazy Rabbits definitely still in this pish battle against FW Esports. They are winning it, though. Great knock from ePod as he tries to finish off Raze. He gets 6 sacks as well. Kanaxi has been spotted out. There's no doubt that they are aware of his position there as well. He's holding on for dear life, but that's not going to last long as the zone is going to push him out. And FW Esports are done, so that may start to raise some concerns for Alter Ego.
It does. It does.
FCR with 4.
I was expecting a little bit more bloodshed on both sides of that. I mean, there was always going to be a winner, but maybe only 3 or 2 players would come out of that alive. But it was just so clean and clinical from 4 Crazy Rabbits as Hungvo Ditch has locked himself down in the bunker. For FCR, they don't have to cross this road for Phase 7. Now, of course, we know roughly Phase 9 position should be around Hungvo Ditch. So Alter Ego might just hold out on the south end of this circle. I don't think much is going to happen over the next minute or so. There's no reason for Alter Ego to have to really push, unless they want to get to Hungvo Ditch's position earlier rather than later, because that's going to be their best cover against 4 Crazy Rabbits, who may also be thinking the same thing. A couple of Doritos there to hang out with Hungvo Ditch does provide some cover to FCR. They got vehicles as well.
on the move.
I think they've got to try and crash and send it in towards Hungvo Ditch. You got to get to this position as quick as possible.
It's too late for Alter Ego. FCR have already made it across. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it's not quite too late. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe I spoke too soon. It is looking pretty rough for Alter Ego. They do try to make that cross. Man's going to go down. Good trade onto Lambao. But Neb's bringing one back as well, and that leaves Trick solo. He's flashed out. He's got nothing. And yeah, I think they had to make that move a little bit earlier. He who moves first laughs at last, and that was 4 Crazy Rabbits. They, I guess, took a bit of a risk in that they may have lost a player on that cross to Hungbo Ditch, but when they didn't, when they got that kill cleanly, you kind of saw that game just kind of lean in their direction, right? And they picked it up. Finally, something positive to say for Crazy Rabbits, who have been having a bit of a rougher run so far in this tournament. Where were they going into that game?
Bottom 4.
38 points. So it's not going to be enough to really get them back into a super strong spot, but some points on the board, put them back up into maybe somewhere close to the top 8. And if they really pop off tomorrow, maybe then something happens. But
that's why I was saying that for Alter Ego, they had to win that game. I didn't mean they had to win it because they had best positioning. I mean, they had to win it to get maximum points from top 2 opportunities so that they could, you know, maximize compared to a team like 4 Crazy Rabbits, who, let's be honest, don't really have set opportunity being so far behind. Our winners for tonight, Jordan and Sharper, had 2 incredible matches. Alter Ego could have made it to tonight as well. A win in match 3, second place in match 6. At the beginning of the night, it was that top 4 dominance, if you recall. You know, all gamers into Roy. We had at one point a 20-point gap from 4th to 5th, and then that just completely changed by match 3, 4, 5, and 6, and we kind of end the night now with a lot up in the air going into tomorrow. But I would say, you know, All Gamers Global, 111 points. They're looking pretty good. I would be absolutely shocked to see All Gamers Global miss out on top 4 from here. The only way it happens is if they essentially pick up single-digit points tomorrow. That's the only way it happens.
And even that, man, like they may just eke out a top 4 position with single digits. Like if you got to 120 points, say, that may still just be enough to eke out a top 4, depending on how things play out. So yeah, they're in a super, super solid position. Obviously at this point, just waiting for that final leaderboard to get updated. We know that All Gamers were going to end up at 111, I think was the tally there at the end of the night for them. The rest of the teams still a little bit more calculations to go through. But I don't know, Sharper, have they done enough to start to convince you? I guess that's probably the next conversation we can get into, because I would not have had them after the halfway point of today. After the first game they won, I would have gone, okay, they've done okay, but I don't know if it's convinced me yet. But going back to back, and also the fashion in which they went back to back, 2 big games, really starts to make me think, okay, they're here to party alongside the likes of Buriram. Those are now looking like my top 3, with All Gamers, Sharper, and Buriram being somewhat comfortable. They built themselves a bit of a gap. Team Flash continued to drop down. TDT dropping down. Roy dropping down. Forest Natural maybe slightly going positive. Arena dropping down. Alter Ego going positive, but they were very far away to begin with. So top 3 is looking pretty solid. And dare I say, tomorrow we might even just be in a battle for 4th for the most part.
It's a little bit dependent on the first couple of games. I mean, I believe in Sharper, but there is a world that the first 2-3 games tomorrow, what happens if they kind of revert back to day 1 where they had some games where things didn't go their way? They would lose that ascendancy that they've now gained for themselves. So things can change really quickly. We saw that with Sharper tonight. Like yesterday, you look at some of their games, and why I'm not so surprised that they're here is the games that they did well yesterday, a 2nd with 8 kills, a 5th with 5 kills, a 4th with 7 kills. Like those are 3 really good games. But it's the 16th with no kills, the 14th with 1 kill, the 15th with 1 kill. And then they started tonight, first 2 games, I think it was like 7 points or something in the first 2 games. So they weren't tracking all that great overall. But they had shown that if they can get to the late game, they can be a powerhouse. They can get kills in this lobby. And then they kind of went above and beyond that. Obviously, as we kind of wait for the overall leaderboard to, you know, kind of update, which it has now just updated, they do still stay on 99 points. So 100 points for Buriram puts them in 2nd, 111 for All Gamers, 91 points for Team Flash, as TDT are just outside by 5 points. And then the gap kind of begins after that. But it's nothing too egregious. Roy Esports with, you know, a 14-point gap to 4th. Like, that's doable. This hasn't been updated, by the way, but just needs a quick little refresher. And then Alter Ego have got themselves up into 70 points as well by the end of tonight. So they started with 23 tonight and they end on 70. That keeps them
massive day.
Keeps them around. 21 points doable. Forest Natural Gaming 68, E Arena 66, and then I'd cut it off at that point. 4 Crazy Rabbits actually with that win at the end go to 60, tying FW, but a 31-point gap, 6 games to go. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that it was going to be FW Esports that was going to get the win there, actually, because they were just a step or two above 4 Crazy Rabbits going into that game. So had they been the ones to find the win, they might have been up in that like 70 points pack, and we would have had another team that was kind of just floating around. But obviously they kind of got rinsed a little bit, sitting at 60 points alongside 4 Crazy Rabbits. I'd be happy to agree with you. I suppose the biggest shock of this one has probably been Cerberus, and we did have that conversation at length earlier on today, that it's not the Cerberus of old necessarily, but it is still a team that I thought, looking at it on paper, would probably be good enough to at least top 8 this tournament, and it kind of feels like they're a far cry away from that at the moment, sitting in 13th, 49 points, 2 days of nothing really special necessarily. So they're in a position where even if they want to kind of recover some pride, they need to essentially double their points from 2 days in just 1 day, which is going to be a pretty difficult ask.
Yeah. I mean, look, and as we kind of close things off a little bit, I still think we were talking a little bit just before Sharper, 99 points. Like, that doesn't give you a whole lot of room to just come out, start tomorrow night and go donut, because TDT are there, Roy are there. What happens if an Alter Ego, who won a game tonight, a second place in the other, what if it all kind of just clicks tomorrow and they do something similar to Sharper? And that's the same as well for an E Arena and a Forest Natural Gaming. If Sharper can get 45 points in 2 games, who's to say those teams can't? Because as good as Sharper have been, I wouldn't be completely shocked if E Arena, it all just clicks tomorrow, Neurons winds back the clock and, they go and have a similar kind of performance. So that's probably what's required, though, which you never really want to rely on. You'd rather be in Sharper's position now, and they got the job done tonight. But ultimately, as you said, it's probably going to be a battle for 4th. Like, I think that's the most realistic way to look at it. There's a chance that Sharper fall back into the pack a little bit, and maybe by the end of the night, it could be a case where you look at 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they're all kind of going into the last game, similar points. One of them misses out. We've seen that plenty of times before as well. So definitely sets us up nicely for tomorrow, Jordan.
Yep. Yeah, nothing more really to add, quite frankly. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think there's going to be a bit more interesting of a battle than what we might expect. Yeah, top 2 or top 3 can probably run away with things, but I do think there's going to be some moving and shaking in the middle of the pack. That's just typically the nature of the beast when you've got 4 qualification spots. So should be a good day, and hopefully the people at home will join us.
Yep. All right, we're going to wrap up tonight for night 2 of the APAC qualifiers. Thanks, everyone, for joining in tonight. Of course, tomorrow night, same time, same place, to see how things do finalize. The top 4 at the end of tomorrow will be on their way to the Esports World Cup.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time